Every strong face you see in the daylight hides a silent battlefield once the world goes quiet. When the noise fades, when the roles fall away, when no one is asking anything of you, what remains is the truth you carry inside. The thoughts that echo, the worries that linger, the memories you wish would soften, and the weight you never learned to put down. Not because you're weak, but because no one ever taught you how to rest the mind. We were raised to push, to grind, to endure, to stay awake through storms instead of learning how to calm them, to chase goals without ever learning how to return to ourselves. But there's a part of you, a wiser part, whispering for something different, something quieter, something steady, not escape, but reset. The Stoics believed that clarity begins when the mind stops fighting itself, that peace isn't gifted to you, it's practiced, that thoughts lose their power when you observe them instead of obeying them, and that a single night of true mental stillness can shift the direction of an entire life. Tonight, that's what this meditation is for. 4 hours to unclench the mind. 4 hours to release the weight you never meant to carry this long. 4 hours to reset the inner world that shapes every step you take in the outer one. We begin not by trying to sleep, but by giving yourself permission to be still. Your nervous system has been on guard for years, scanning for threats that no longer exist. It's time to tell your heart it can slow down. It's time to tell your breath it can deepen. You are the architect of your own calm, and tonight we build the fortress. Take a deep breath and feel the weight of your shoulders finally meeting the mattress. The world outside has had its turn with you. Now, the darkness is your ally. You aren't here to fight for sleep or force your brain to go quiet. You are here to step back into a part of yourself that has been waiting for you to return. There is a profound power in realizing that your peace doesn't depend on your problems being solved, but on your soul being still. As you lay here, understand that you are entering a space where the noise of the world cannot reach you. This is the beginning of a restoration that goes deeper than skin and bone. Consider the intricate network of nerves branching through your chest as the true foundation of your mental fortress. Marcus Aurelius spoke of the inner citadel, a place within the mind that remains untouched by external storms. In the language of your body, this citadel is governed by the vagus nerve. This vital pathway acts as the bridge between your conscious thoughts and your physical state of being. When the Stoics practiced staying calm in the face of chaos, they were essentially training their parasympathetic nervous system to override the primal urge to panic. Your vagus nerve is the physical manifestation of Stoic endurance. It reaches from the brainstem down into the heart and the gut, serving as the master conductor of your internal symphony. When you deliberately soften your gaze and let your jaw hang loose, you are sending a high-priority signal through this nerve. You are telling the deep, ancient parts of your brain that the siege is over. The gates of the citadel are closed to the frantic energy of the day, and for the first time in hours, your body can stop producing the chemicals of stress. This isn't just a biological process, it is a philosophical choice to reclaim your sovereignty from the grip of anxiety. Think of the way a seasoned soldier rests. They do not rest because the war is won, but because they know that without rest, they cannot remain effective. Your nervous system has likely been stuck in a state of high alert, believing that if it stops worrying, something terrible will happen. This is what the Stoics called a false impression. By focusing on the physical sensation of the vagus nerve, relaxing your heart rate, you are replacing that false impression with a grounding truth. As your heart rhythm smooths out, the blood moves away from your limbs and back toward your vital organs, signaling a time of healing and digestion. This shift is the calm within the storm that the ancient philosophers promised. You are moving from a state of doing into a state of being. Every slow, steady exhale strengthens the tone of this nerve, making it easier for you to return to this peace tomorrow. You are literally rewiring the way your body responds to the world. This inner sanctuary remains available to you regardless of how many emails are in your inbox or how many chores are left undone. The Stoics understood that the external world is a whirlwind of things we cannot control, but the citadel, the vagus nerve and the peace it carries is entirely ours. When you lean into this physical relaxation, you are practicing the highest form of self-governance. You are no longer a slave to your adrenaline. You are the commander of your own biology. This nerve carries the whispers of the parasympathetic system, telling every cell in your body that it is time to repair, to grow, and to settle. Feel the warmth of this realization spreading through your chest. It is a quiet, steady strength that doesn't need to shout to be powerful. It is the strength of a mountain that doesn't move when the wind blows. By grounding your mind in these physical sensations, the abstract worries of the future begin to lose their grip. They become distant echoes, unable to penetrate the thick walls of the fortress you are building through your breath. As this physical peace takes root, you begin to see that the tension you carried all day was merely a habit, not a necessity. The vagus nerve is the instrument you use to break that habit. Each moment you spend in this state of deep physiological safety, you are teaching your brain that it is okay to let down its guard. You are nurturing a sense of internal security that isn't dependent on outside circumstances. This is the secret to the vitality of the sages. They didn't have fewer problems, they simply had a stronger citadel. They knew how to return to their center the moment the world tried to pull them away. Tonight, you are doing the same. You are reclaiming the quiet power that lives in the very center of your being, allowing the natural intelligence of your body to take over the work of recovery. As the warmth of your physical fortress settles into your bones, you might notice that while the body feels heavy, the mind still tries to flicker like a candle in a drafty room. It is one thing to relax the muscles, but another entirely to calm the ancient sentinel that stands guard behind your eyes. This is the moment where the physical reset meets the psychological one. You aren't fighting against your thoughts. You are simply changing how you greet them. It's a quiet realization that just because a thought is loud, it doesn't mean it's true. Deep within the center of your brain sits a small, almond-shaped cluster called the amygdala. This is your body's smoke detector. Its only job is to scan for danger, but it doesn't know the difference between a real threat and a stressful memory. When it fires, it triggers what we call a hijack, a sudden rush of blood and heat that keeps you pinned to the mattress, heart racing over an event that happened hours or even years ago. The Stoics recognized this internal flare-up centuries before we had a name for it. They called these initial sparks propathei, or involuntary emotional reactions. They knew that you cannot stop the initial spark from happening, but you can absolutely refuse to give it the fuel it needs to become a wildfire. This is where the practice of prosophe, or a state of constant, gentle self-awareness, becomes your greatest tool for a nervous system reset. Prosophe is the act of standing like a watchful guard at the gates of your mind. When a stressful thought arrives, perhaps a worry about tomorrow's workload or a pang of regret. The amygdala tries to convince you that this is an emergency, but through the lens of Stoic assent, you pause. You look at the thought and say, "You are just an impression, not the thing you claim to represent." By withholding your assent, your agreement, that the thought is a catastrophe, you effectively cut the wires to the fight or flight response. You are telling your brain that while the thought exists, the danger does not. This process of not agreeing with your anxiety is what allows the prefrontal cortex, the logical, stoic part of your brain, to step in and soothe the amygdala. Without this intervention, the amygdala stays active, keeping your cortisol levels high and your sleep shallow. But when you practice mindful observation, you create a space between the feeling and the reaction. In that space, the nervous system finds its balance. You begin to realize that an amygdala hijack is just a biological misunderstanding. Your brain is trying to protect you from a ghost, and your job is to gently show the brain that the room is safe and the doors are locked. This isn't about suppressing emotions, it's about analyzing them with a cool, rational light until they lose their power to agitate your pulse. As you continue to lie still, notice how many times your mind tries to assent to a worry. Each time it happens, simply notice it without judgment. Every time you catch a hijack in progress and choose to stay grounded in the present moment, you are strengthening the neural pathways of peace. You are teaching your nervous system that it no longer needs to live in a state of hypervigilance. The fight is over because you have surrendered the need to win every mental argument. This is the true meaning of a reset, moving from a mind that reacts to everything to a mind that chooses its response. The silence of the night is no longer a canvas for your fears, but a laboratory for your logic. In this state of prosoche, you become the master of your internal landscape. The heavy, frantic energy of the day begins to dissolve into a thin mist that eventually evaporates. You are not your thoughts. You are the one observing them. And as the observer, you are safe. You are whole, and you are finally in control of your own rest. The grip of the amygdala softens, the heartbeat slows to a steady, rhythmic thrum, and the chemical signals in your brain shift from survive to restore. This mental discipline serves as the ultimate bridge into the deeper stages of sleep. By refusing to let the mind run wild, you allow the body to sink even further into the support of the bed. You are building a habit of resilience that will stay with you long after the sun rises. You are learning that peace is not the absence of thoughts, but the presence of a rational mind that knows which thoughts to ignore. As the grip of the amygdala loosens and the internal alarms fade into the background, you move into a deeper layer of authority over your own rest. It is one thing to observe the sparks of anxiety, but it is another to realize you hold the power to choose which sparks are allowed to live. This brings us to a part of yourself that the Stoic Epictetus held above all else, the prohairesis, or your faculty of choice. It is the only thing in the entire universe that is truly yours. While your body might feel the lingering heat of a long day, and your environment might be less than perfect, your ability to choose how you value these things remains invincible. In the modern world, the hours leading up to sleep, around 10 p.m. for many, are often the most dangerous for our nervous systems. This is when cortisol spikes frequently occur, not because of a physical threat, but because we use our faculty of choice poorly. We choose to scroll through stressful news. We choose to overthink a conversation from 3 hours ago. or we choose to worry about a Tuesday that hasn't happened yet. Each of these choices sends a command to the adrenal glands to stay in the game. But tonight, you are practicing a pre-sleep prohairesis. You are making a conscious, rational decision to de-escalate. You are deciding that for the next few hours, the world can spin without your permission. This choice is a deliberate act of rational pruning. Think of your mind like a garden that has become overgrown with thorns. Each thorn is a task, a should, or a what-if. Prohairesis is the shears. When you lie here, you are not just waiting for sleep. You are actively deciding that your value as a human being is not tied to your productivity. You are choosing to believe that the most virtuous thing you can do right now is to let go. By making this choice, you physically lower your cortisol levels. Science tells us that when we feel a sense of agency, the feeling that we are in control of our internal state, our body stops producing the helplessness hormones that keep us awake. Most people believe they are victims of their thoughts, as if a cortisol spike is something that just happens to them like rain. But the Stoic knows that while the rain may fall, they choose whether or not to stand out in it. When you feel that surge of late-night energy or that second wind of anxiety, recognize it for what it is, a biological shadow. Use your prohairesis to say, I see this energy, but I choose not to use it. I choose to remain horizontal. I choose to let this wave pass over me without catching a ride on it. This is how you reclaim your evening. You aren't fighting the cortisol. You are making it irrelevant. As you exert this faculty of choice, you'll feel a unique kind of mental relief. It is the relief of a person who has finally put down a heavy suitcase they've been carrying for miles. You aren't putting it down because the walk is over, but because you've realized that the suitcase contains nothing you actually need for the journey ahead. This choice to unburden is the ultimate nervous system reset. It shifts you from a state of hypervigilance into a state of deep, dignified surrender. You are choosing to trust the logos, the natural order of things, to handle the world while you disappear into the restorative dark. This practice of choice creates a protective barrier around your sleep. It ensures that when you finally drift off, you aren't just exhausted, you are at peace. You are training your nervous system to understand that you are the commander, not your hormones. Every time you consciously choose a calming thought over a stressful one, you are building a muscle of resilience that will make you untouchable during the daylight hours. You are becoming the person who can remain calm because they know exactly how to turn off the noise. As the power of your choice settles into your mind, you begin to sense a rhythm larger than your own thoughts. There is a pulse to the world that existed long before you arrived and will continue long after you leave. This isn't just poetry. It is a fundamental law of your biology. The Stoics called this the logos, the rational, orderly structure of the universe. In the language of the modern body, we call this your circadian rhythm. To reset your nervous system completely, you must stop fighting against this universal clock and start flowing with it. For too long, we have lived as if we are separate from nature. We use artificial lights to trick our brains into thinking it is forever noon, and we use caffeine to pretend the sun never sets. This defiance of the natural law is what leaves our nervous systems frayed and exhausted. When you ignore the logos of the day and night, your body lives in a state of permanent emergency, never quite sure when it is safe to truly power down. But tonight, you are choosing to come home to the natural order. You are aligning your internal chemistry with the rotating earth. Within your brain, a tiny cluster of cells acts as the master timekeeper, sensitive to the changing quality of light. As the world grows dark, The logos of your body calls for a shift from the doing hormones of the sun to the resting hormones of the moon. When you lie in the darkness and accept the stillness, you are giving this master clock the signal it has been waiting for. You are allowing the pineal gland to release melatonin, the chemical equivalent of a stoic hushing of the world. This is the moment where your individual nature meets the nature of the universe. By surrendering to the dark, you aren't losing time, you are gaining the deep cellular restoration that only comes when you are in sync with the cosmos. The Stoics believed that living in accordance with nature was the key to a flourishing life. This applies to your sleep just as much as your ethics. Think of your nervous system as a vast river. When you try to stay awake and alert late into the night, you are trying to swim upstream against a massive current. It is exhausting, and eventually you will fail. But when you align with the Logos, you turn around and let the current carry you. You realize that the heaviness in your eyelids and the slowing of your thoughts aren't signs of weakness, but signs of a perfectly functioning system responding to the laws of reality. When you honor this rhythm, your sleep becomes more than just passing out from tiredness. It becomes a ritual of reintegration. You are allowing your body to perform the complex maintenance tasks that the Logos has scheduled for the night. The clearing of metabolic waste from your brain, the repair of your tissues, and the consolidation of your memories. This is the natural law in action. By simply being still and quiet at the right time, you are participating in a global symphony of rest that spans across every living thing on the planet. As you breathe in the cool night air, feel the relief of no longer having to be the manager of your own energy. The universe has a system, and you are part of it. Your only job is to get out of the way. When you stop resisting the natural cycle of the day, the tension in your chest begins to dissolve into the vastness of the night. You are safe because you are part of an orderly whole. The sun has set, the world has slowed, and it is finally, logically, time for you to do the same. This alignment is the ultimate reset, a return to the baseline of what it means to be a living, breathing part of the natural world. As you drift deeper into the rhythm of the stars, you may find that the mind still clings to a few stubborn threads of the day. Sometimes words and logic aren't enough to reach the deepest basements of the nervous system. Sometimes the body needs a physical stop command that it cannot ignore. This is where we look to the example of Cato the Younger, a man who famously tempered his spirit through physical challenge. He didn't avoid the cold or the wind, he used them to harden his soul. You can use this same principle, known as thermal hormesis, to force an immediate state of peace through a biological phenomenon called the mammalian dive reflex. Think of your nervous system as a computer that has frozen under the weight of too many open programs. You can try to click close on every window, or you can simply perform a hard reset. In your biology, that reset button is located on your face. When you expose your skin, specifically the area around your eyes and nose, to a sudden drop in temperature, you trigger an ancient survival mechanism. Your brain receives a signal that you have dived into cold water. In a split second, the vagus nerve takes full control. Your heart rate slows by 10 to 25%. Your blood vessels constrict to prioritize your core, and a wave of profound stillness washes over your internal organs. This isn't just about cooling off. It is about using a calculated stressor to create a much larger state of relaxation. The Stoics were masters of this. They practiced voluntary discomfort to prove to their minds that they were the masters of their bodies. When you use a cold water splash, or even a cool cloth on your forehead before bed, you are practicing a modern form of Cato's discipline. You are intentionally shocking the system to clear away the brain fog of anxiety. The sudden cold acts like a vacuum, sucking the heat and the frantic energy out of your thoughts and leaving behind a crisp, clean mental slate. Most people spend their evenings wrapped in too much warmth, artificial heat, heavy blankets, and the warm blue light of screens. This keeps the body in a state of perpetual summer, which is a state of activity. By introducing the winter of thermal hormesis, you are signaling to your mitochondria and your nervous system that it is time to hibernate. This cold trigger forces the brain to stop its circular loops of worry and focus entirely on the physical present. In that moment of cold, you cannot worry about your mortgage or your reputation. You can only feel the life inside you. As your body reacts to this thermal shift, the rebound effect is where the magic happens. Once the initial shock passes, the parasympathetic nervous system doesn't just return to normal, it overcompensates, dropping you into a state of relaxation that is much deeper than where you started. It is the biological equivalent of a heavy gate swinging shut, locking the noise of the world outside. You feel a sense of heavy, grounded peace as your core temperature begins to drop in preparation for deep sleep. This is the natural law working in your favor. Cato would remind us that we are not fragile beings meant to be kept in a climate-controlled box. We are part of a world of seasons and cycles. By embracing the cold for a few moments, you are proving to your nervous system that it is resilient. You are teaching it that it can handle a shock and return to center instantly. This builds what the Stoics called apatheia, not a lack of feeling, but a freedom from being overwhelmed by feeling. You lie back down, and the bed feels warmer, the air feels softer, and the inner citadel feels more secure than ever before. As your body finds its natural temperature and the physical world begins to fade, you are ready to address the final layer of your unrest, the size of your problems. Many nights are lost, not because our lives are falling apart, but because our perspective has become far too narrow. We become like a person staring so closely at a single brick that we forget we are standing in a palace. The Stoics used a mental exercise called the view from above to correct this optical illusion of the soul. It is a way of reclaiming your sanity by remembering the true scale of the universe you inhabit. Start by noticing the space you occupy in your room. See yourself from the corner of the ceiling, a person lying in bed, seeking rest. Now let your awareness rise higher. See the roof of your building, then the streets of your neighborhood, and finally the entire city. From this height, the traffic that annoyed you today is just a silent stream of light. The person who was rude to you is an invisible speck. The deadlines that felt like mountains are now no larger than grains of sand. You are beginning to move from the limited self to the cosmic self. Continue to rise until the continent disappears and the earth itself becomes a pale blue dot suspended in a vast, silent theater of stars. In this immense space, your worries don't just feel smaller, they become logically insignificant. The Stoics understood that most of our anxiety comes from overvaluing the temporary. When you view your life from the perspective of the Logos, from the perspective of infinite time and space, you realize that the thing keeping you awake is a microscopic event in the history of the universe. This isn't meant to make you feel unimportant, but to make you feel free. Most of us suffer because we carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. But the view from above reminds you that the world is doing just fine without your worry. The planets continue to orbit, the stars continue to burn, and the natural laws continue to function whether you are stressed or still. By shifting your gaze to the whole, you stop being a victim of the part. You are letting go of the ego's need to be the center of the drama. In the silence of space, there is no judgment, no failure, and no tomorrow. There is only the eternal present. This perspective shift acts as a powerful sedative for the nervous system. When the brain realizes that the threats it was tracking are actually tiny and distant, it stops the production of adrenaline. You are teaching your mind to distinguish between what is urgent in your head and what is significant in reality. The vast majority of our late-night fears are nothing more than shadows cast by a small candle. When you look at the stars, the candlelight is forgotten. You are no longer a person trapped in a room with their problems. You are a conscious part of a magnificent, orderly cosmos. As you look down from this height, feel the profound relief of being small. There is a hidden joy in realizing that your mistakes don't echo through the galaxies, and your reputation is a whisper in a hurricane. You are allowed to rest because you are not the one holding the universe together. You are simply a guest here, invited to observe the beauty of the Logos for a brief moment in time. The heavy, dense energy of your anxieties has been diluted by the vacuum of space. You are light, you are distant, and you are finally at peace with the scale of your existence. As your perspective expands into the cosmos and your problems shrink into the distance, you might feel a lingering tension, a what-if that hides in the shadows of your mind. Usually we try to run away from our worst fears, pushing them back with forced positivity. But the Stoics knew a secret that modern psychology is only just beginning to prove. The more you hide from a fear, the larger it grows. To truly reset your nervous system, you must stop running. You must turn around and look the ghost in the eye. This is the practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. It sounds dark, but it is actually the fastest path to the light. Anxiety is not caused by bad things happening. It is caused by the uncertainty of whether we can handle them. When you lie awake worrying about losing your job, your health, or your status, your amygdala stays in a high-alert panic mode because it views these possibilities as a bottomless abyss. Negative visualization allows you to walk right to the edge of that abyss and realize it's actually a shallow step. By calmly walking through the worst-case scenario in your mind, you remove the power of the unknown. You ask yourself, if this happened, could I still choose to be a person of character? Could I still breathe? Could I still find a way forward? The answer is always yes. This practice is the ultimate exposure therapy for the sleeping mind. When you mentally rehearse a difficult situation, your brain begins to desensitize itself to the threat. You are essentially pre-solving your problems. You realize that even if the worst were to occur, the sun would still rise, the Logos would still function, and your inner citadel would remain standing. By facing the dark before you close your eyes, you drain the darkness of its mystery. You move from a state of, I hope this doesn't happen, to a state of, I am prepared for whatever happens. This shift in mindset sends a massive signal of safety to your nervous system. Think of it like a fire drill. We don't do fire drills because we want a fire to happen. We do them so that if one does, we don't panic. By performing a mental fire drill tonight, you are telling your nervous system that there are no emergencies it isn't ready for. Most of what keeps us awake is the unprocessed fear of the future. When you process that fear with stoic logic, the energy behind it simply evaporates. You find that the worst is rarely as bad as the fear of the worst. You are stripping the masks off the monsters and seeing that they are just puppets made of your own thoughts. As you finish this visualization, notice the strange, cool calm that follows. You are no longer a person desperately trying to protect a fragile life. You are a resilient soul who has already accepted the terms of existence. You have looked at the loss of externals and realized that your internal worth remains untouched. This is the courageous rest of the sage. You are allowed to sleep deeply because you have nothing left to hide from. The what-ifs have been answered with, "I will endure." The weight you were carrying, the weight of trying to prevent every possible disaster, is gone. You have handed the future back to the universe, knowing that you will meet it with the same tools of reason you have today. Your heart rate settles into a slow, rhythmic peace. Your muscles, no longer braced for a phantom impact, finally let go. You have faced the darkness, and you have found that within it there is nothing that can shake the foundation of your being. As the phantoms of your fears dissipate into the quiet of the room, you may still find your mind moving at a speed that feels uncomfortable. Even without fear, the brain can sometimes become a hyperactive engine, spinning its wheels on the events of the day or the tasks of tomorrow. This state of hyperarousal is often the result of a mental clutter where every thought is given equal importance. To stop this racing, you must apply the most fundamental tool in the Stoic toolkit, the filter of the dichotomy of control. You are going to take the chaotic stream of your consciousness and sort it into two distinct folders: what belongs to you and what belongs to the world. Hyperarousal occurs because your nervous system is treating every thought as an action item. When you think about a co-worker's opinion, your brain treats it as a problem you need to solve. When you think about the economy or the weather, your brain prepares for a struggle. But the Stoic filter stops this energy drain. You must ruthlessly ask of every racing thought, "Is this up to me?" If the thought concerns an external, someone else's words, a past event, or a future outcome, it is placed in the folder of things that are indifferent. You realize that because you cannot control it, worrying about it is a logical error. It is like trying to use a remote control on a sunset. It is a waste of your biological battery. The second folder is for internals. These are your own current intentions, your own character, and your own choice to be still right now. You will find that this folder is remarkably small. Most of what keeps you awake at night actually belongs in the external folder. By mentally dragging these thoughts into the trash bin of things you cannot control, you are performing a digital declutter of your nervous system. You are telling your brain, "We are not responsible for the world tonight. We are only responsible for our own peace." This immediately lowers the cognitive load on your mind, allowing the hyperarousal to settle into a steady, low-frequency hum. Psychologically, this is known as cognitive distancing. When you label a thought as external, you create a space between your identity and the thought. You are no longer the person who is stressed about the meeting. You are the observer noticing a thought about a meeting. This distance is where the nervous system finds its reset. When you stop owning the thoughts that don't belong to you, the sympathetic nervous system has nothing left to fight. The adrenaline that was fueling your racing mind begins to reabsorb into your system, replaced by the cooling influence of the parasympathetic response. As you sort through these mental folders, you will feel a physical lightness. The tension in your forehead, the place where we grip our thoughts, begins to smooth out. You are realizing that your only duty at this moment is to maintain the integrity of your own mind. The racing stops because the engine is no longer connected to a heavy load. You are idling in a state of pure, rational awareness. The thoughts may still drift by, but they no longer pull you with them. They are like clouds passing over a mountain. The mountain doesn't need to chase the clouds to remain a mountain. This filter is the gatekeeper of your rest. By categorizing your world into these folders, you are protecting your inner citadel from unnecessary intruders. You are choosing to spend your mental energy only on what is yours to change, and since there is nothing to change in the middle of the night, your energy can finally return to its source. You are centered, you are focused, and you are finally free from the noise of the external world. The racing has stopped, leaving only the quiet, steady rhythm of a mind that knows exactly where it ends and the world begins. As you sit as the gatekeeper of your thoughts, sorting the world into folders of what you can and cannot control, you might encounter a final stubborn resistance, the physical act of being awake when you want to be asleep. This is where most people lose their peace. They begin to fight the blankets, they curse the clock, and they treat their own wakefulness as a catastrophe. But to reset your nervous system, you must stop viewing insomnia as an enemy and start viewing it as a guest. This is the essence of Amor Fati, not just accepting your fate, but loving it. Whether you are deep in a dream or staring at the ceiling, your task remains the same, to be at peace with what is. Frustration is a secondary stressor. The first problem is that you are awake. The second, much larger problem is that you are angry about being awake. It is this second layer of emotion that floods your system with the very chemicals, adrenaline and cortisol, that make sleep impossible. When you practice Amor Fati, you perform a radical act of psychological alchemy. You tell yourself, if the universe has decided that I am to be awake right now, then wakefulness is exactly what I need. By loving the moment as it is, you remove the threat signal from your brain. The struggle ends because there is no longer an opponent. You aren't tossing and turning. You are simply moving your body in a quiet room. Imagine the relief that comes when you stop trying to fix the night. When you embrace wakefulness, the tension in your chest dissolves because you are no longer failing a test. You are simply existing. The Stoics believed that every moment is a piece of a vast, interlocking puzzle designed by the Logos. If you are awake, perhaps it is an opportunity to practice patience, or to listen to the silence, or to simply feel the breath moving through your lungs. By finding a reason to value the wakefulness, you bypass the frustration that keeps the nervous system in a state of hypervigilance. You become like a sailor who doesn't curse the calm sea, but uses the time to mend the nets. This shift in perspective has a profound biological impact. When you stop fighting for sleep, your heart rate naturally begins to slow. The brain's effort centers, the parts of you that grind and solve and worry, finally get to rest, even if your eyes are open. This is what we call active rest. You are teaching your nervous system that it is safe to be conscious without being stressed. You are breaking the association between the bed and the battlefield. In the light of Amor Fati, the darkness becomes a sanctuary rather than a prison. You realize that you don't actually need to sleep to be a person of character. You only need to remain a master of your own reactions. As you lay there, stop checking the time. The clock is an external. It does not belong to you. Your only now is the sensation of the air on your skin and the rhythm of your heart. If you sleep in 10 minutes or 10 hours, you choose to remain unshaken. This is the ultimate dichotomy of control in action. You provide the conditions for rest, the stillness, the silence, the soft thoughts, and you leave the timing to nature. Paradoxically, it is only when you truly stop caring when you fall asleep that your brain feels safe enough to let go of consciousness. The frustration of the night is a fire that dies when you stop feeding it the fuel of should. You should be asleep. You should be resting for tomorrow. Drop the word should and replace it with is. I is quiet. I is breathing. I is here. In this state of total acceptance, your nervous system finally finds the off switch. You have transformed a night of struggle into a night of stoic training. You are whole, you are content, and you are exactly where the universe intends for you to be. As the frustration of wakefulness dissolves into the quiet acceptance of amor fati, you arrive at a liberating realization that will fundamentally change your relationship with the night. This is the dichotomy of sleep. Epictetus, the former slave-turned-philosopher, taught that our greatest misery comes from trying to control things that are fundamentally outside our power. We often treat sleep like a task we can accomplish through sheer willpower, like a project we can finish or a door we can force open. But sleep is not an action you take. It is a state that happens to you. In the language of the Stoics, sleep is an indifferent. It is a preferred outcome, yes, but it is not something your mind can command at will. To reset your nervous system, you must understand where your authority ends. Your authority is limited to the conditions of sleep. You can choose to be still. You can choose to dim the lights. You can choose to use your prohairesis to filter your thoughts and calm your breathing. This is your work, your duty to the Logos. But the exact moment your consciousness slips into the void of slumber is entirely up to the chemistry of your brain and the laws of biology. When you try to force sleep, you are overstepping your bounds. You are trying to be the master of a process that belongs to nature. This overreach creates performance anxiety, which keeps your brain in a state of high alert observation, the very thing that prevents the transition into rest. By accepting sleep as an indifferent, you perform a psychological hands-off maneuver. You tell your nervous system, I have done my part. I have laid down my body and quieted my mind. The rest is not up to me. This shift removes the pressure of the outcome. Imagine the relief in your chest when you realize that staying awake is not a failure of your will. It is simply a biological fact of this moment. This lack of pressure is the most powerful sedative known to man. When the ego stops demanding that the brain go to sleep, the brain finally feels safe enough to do so. You are no longer watching yourself, waiting for the click of unconsciousness. You have surrendered the result to the universe. This perspective protects you from the rebound stress of a restless night. If you don't sleep, you haven't lost anything essential to your character. You can still be a person of virtue, patience, and logic tomorrow, even on 4 hours of rest. By decoupling your sense of well-being from the number of hours you spend in REM, you take the teeth out of insomnia. You are practicing a form of preferred indifference. You would prefer to sleep, but you are perfectly okay if you do not. This equanimity is what allows the parasympathetic nervous system to finally dominate. It is the silence that follows when the commander stops shouting orders. As you lie here, feel the profound lightness of having no goals. For the first time all day, there is nothing you have to achieve. You aren't even trying to achieve sleep. You are just a conscious being inhabiting a quiet space. You have fulfilled your duty by providing the environment for rest, and now you are simply waiting at the station for a train that arrives on its own schedule. Whether it arrives now or in an hour, your mind remains steady. This is the ultimate reset, moving from a life of forcing to a life of flowing. You are in harmony with the way things are, and in that harmony, the gates of the inner citadel swing shut, and the world outside ceases to exist. As you let go of the need to control the clock, you find yourself in a state of pure presence. You are no longer chasing an outcome. You are simply existing in the now. To anchor this presence into your physical being, we turn to the discipline of the body. The Stoics believed that the mind and body were not separate, but two sides of the same coin. If the mind is to be temperate, the body must be taught the same rhythm. Epictetus often spoke about the correct use of impressions, and there is no impression more constant or more vital than your own breath. By mastering the rhythm of your lungs, you are mastering the rhythm of your soul. Most of us breathe like people in a panic, short, shallow gasps into the upper chest that tell our brain we are under attack. This intemperate breathing keeps the nervous system in a state of high alert, as if we are perpetually preparing to flee a predator. But tonight, you are practicing temperate breathing. This is a slow, deliberate expansion of the lower lungs, where the belly rises and falls like the tide. The secret to this reset lies not in the inhale, but in the long, controlled exhale. In the language of the body, a long exhale is a biological white flag. It is the physical signal that the war of the day has ended and the peace of the night has begun. When you deliberately slow your breath, specifically making the exhale longer than the inhale, you are manually stimulating the vagus nerve. You are overriding the frantic signals of the sympathetic nervous system and forcing the body into a state of recovery. Think of it as the Stoic break. As you breathe out slowly through your nose, imagine you are releasing the heat of your thoughts. With every long, quiet breath, your heart rate drops a few beats, your blood pressure stabilizes, and the muscles in your neck and jaw begin to surrender. You aren't trying to relax. You are using the mechanical laws of your body to produce relaxation as a logical result. This focus on the breath is a form of physical logic. You are focusing on the only part of your biology that is both automatic and within your control. By choosing to breathe with temperance, you are proving your sovereignty over your own nature. The breath becomes a tether, keeping your mind from drifting back into the folders of externals we discarded earlier. If a thought about tomorrow arrives, you don't fight it. You simply exhale it away. You return your attention to the cool air entering your nostrils and the warm air leaving your body. This cycle is the logos in its most basic, beautiful form. As you continue this rhythmic breathing, you'll notice a heaviness beginning to settle into your limbs. This is the nervous system shifting gears. You are moving away from the high-frequency energy of the day and into the low-frequency energy of restoration. You are teaching your body that it is safe to let down its guard. The long exhale is like the closing of the gates of your inner citadel. Each breath is a brick in the wall of your peace. You are becoming a master of your own internal climate, indifferent to the storms of the world because you have found the center of the cyclone. This temperate breath is your constant companion. It doesn't require a quiet room or a perfect bed. It only requires your awareness. By practicing this now, you are building a nervous system memory that will serve you during the stresses of the daylight hours. You are learning that no matter how chaotic the world becomes, you always have a manual override for your own anxiety. Feel the deep, stable power that comes from this control. You are calm, you are steady, and you are breathing in perfect harmony with the natural law. As your breath becomes a slow, rhythmic tide, you begin to notice that you are not holding yourself up. For 16 hours today, you have fought against gravity, tensed your muscles to stay upright, and braced your body against the world. But now, that battle is over. You are currently experiencing a profound shift in your relationship with the physical world. The Stoics often spoke about the social animals, the people and things that support us, but they also recognized the value of inanimate tools that allow us to fulfill our nature. Tonight, your bed is not just furniture. It is an inanimate ally. It is a silent, unmoving partner that has one job: to take the weight you no longer need to carry. Radical presence means shifting your awareness away from the virtual world of your thoughts and into the tactile world of your skin. Feel the specific points where your body meets the surface beneath you. Notice the heels of your feet, the backs of your calves, your hips, your shoulder blades, and the back of your head. As you identify each point of contact, perform a mental handover. Imagine that with every exhale, you are transferring the tension in those muscles into the mattress. You are trusting the law of physics. The bed does not struggle to hold you. It does not worry if you are too heavy or if you have had a bad day. It simply exists as a stable platform for your rest. This sensory grounding is a powerful antidote to dissociation, that feeling of being a floating head filled with worries. By focusing on the solidity of the bed, you are pulling your nervous system back into the safety of the present moment. Your brain is wired to feel safe when it feels supported. When you consciously acknowledge that you are physically secure and that gravity is doing the work for you, the startle response in your brain begins to quiet down. You are moving from a state of bracing to a state of yielding. This is the somatic version of Stoic surrender. You are accepting the help of the external world so that your internal world can finally find its center. Think of how often we resist the very things meant to help us. We lie in bed but keep our necks stiff, or we clench our jaws as if we are still in a meeting. This is a rejection of the present moment. To embrace your inanimate ally is to practice total agreement with reality. You are agreeing that, for now, you have nowhere to go and nothing to defend. You are allowing your skeleton to sink into the deep, unforgiving support of the mattress. This physical letting go triggers a cascade of signals to the brainstem, confirming that the environment is stable. When the environment is stable, the nervous system can finally transition from scan mode to sleep mode. As you lie there, try to perceive the bed as an extension of the earth itself, firm, steady, and indifferent to your anxieties. It provides a sanctuary where your only duty is to be heavy. There is a quiet dignity in this stillness. You are becoming like a Stoic statue, composed, grounded, and unbothered by the passing winds of thought. Every fiber of your being is learning that it is okay to be vulnerable because you are held by something stronger than yourself. This realization acts as a final hushing of the body's internal noise. You are no longer a person trying to survive. You are a soul at rest, supported by the very fabric of the world. The weight of your body is a gift. It is the proof of your existence in the material world. By leaning into that weight, you are ending the flight, half of the fight or flight response. You have arrived. You are home. The mattress absorbs the remnants of your day's effort, leaving you with nothing but the pure, unadorned sensation of being alive and supported. In this state of radical presence, the boundaries between you and your environment begin to soften, and the path to deep restorative sleep becomes a wide open road. As your body sinks into the unwavering support of your bed, you are becoming a master of your internal environment. You have quieted the lungs and grounded the limbs, but there is one more gateway to the nervous system that remains open: the sense of smell. This is the most direct path to the brain's emotional center, the only sense that bypasses the logical filters and speaks directly to the ancient parts of your mind. While the Stoics lived simply, they understood the power of natural cues to signal a change in state. By using specific scents, you are creating an olfactory anchor, a Stoic conditioned response that tells your brain without a single word that the day is done and the citadel is secure. Think of your nervous system as a creature of habit. If you spend your day surrounded by the smells of coffee, exhaust, and artificial office air, your brain associates those scents with the need to be alert and productive. To reset, you need a distinct scent of virtue, a natural fragrance that belongs only to your hours of rest. When you introduce a smell like cedarwood, sandalwood, or lavender into your sleeping space, you are essentially tagging this moment in time. Cedar and sandalwood, often used in ancient temples and studies, carry a grounding, earthy quality that mimics the stillness of a forest. They act as a sensory boundary, separating the frantic world of men from the quiet world of the soul. This is more than just a pleasant aroma. It is a neurological shortcut. Because the olfactory bulb is physically nestled next to the hippocampus and the amygdala, a scent can trigger a relaxation response faster than a thought can. By consistently using the same scent every night, you are building a Stoic trigger. Eventually, the mere hint of that fragrance will cause your heart rate to drop and your muscles to loosen before you even realize it's happening. You are using the logos of biology to automate your peace. You are telling your amygdala, when you smell this, you can stop scanning for threats. The watch is over. In the Stoic tradition, we value things that are in accordance with nature. Synthetic, overwhelming perfumes can agitate the system, but the clean, honest scent of wood or herbs aligns with the body's natural preferences. As you breathe in these molecules, they don't just sit in your nose, they enter your bloodstream and interact with your chemistry. Lavender, for instance, has been shown to increase the slow-wave sleep that is vital for a nervous system reset. You are essentially medicating your environment with the tools nature provided. It is a form of sensory discipline, choosing exactly what inputs are allowed into your sanctuary. As you lie there, let the scent become a tether for your drifting mind. When a racing thought tries to pull you back into the daylight, return your attention to the air entering your nostrils. Let the fragrance be the physical reminder of your inner citadel. It is a constant, unchanging truth in the room. You aren't just smelling a plant, you are smelling the signal for surrender. The scent fills the space around you, creating a shield of calm that guards your rest. It makes the darkness feel welcoming and the silence feel intentional. This olfactory anchor ensures that even if your mind is tired, your body knows exactly what to do. You are simplifying your world, reducing it to a few essential truths: the support of the bed, the rhythm of the breath, and the scent of the earth. In this simplicity, there is no room for anxiety. You have created a laboratory of peace where every sense is aligned with the goal of restoration. The fragrance acts as the final seal on the door of your mind, locking out the noise of the external world and inviting the deep, silent logic of the night to take over. As the scent of the earth anchors your mind, your attention now turns inward to the final hiding places of the day's stress. We often think of tension as something that happens to us, but the Stoics would argue that much of our physical tightness is actually a muscular opinion. When you clench your jaw, you are expressing a physical opinion that the world is threatening. When you hike your shoulders toward your ears, you are expressing an opinion that you must carry a heavy burden. To reach a state of total nervous system reset, you must practice proprioceptive stoicism, the art of scanning the body to identify these silent judgments and choosing to let them go. Proprioception is your brain's ability to know where your body is in space, but it also carries the data of how you are holding yourself against that space. Right now, perform a slow, rational scan from your forehead down to your toes. As you move your awareness, look for knots of opinion. Is your brow furrowed? That is the muscle's opinion that there is still a problem to solve. Smooth it out. Let the skin of your forehead become like a still lake. By physically releasing the muscle, you are logically dismissing the worry. You are telling the brain, the problem is not here, therefore the tension is an error. Move your scan down to your jaw and tongue. This is where we hold the words we didn't say and the arguments we want to win. We often grip the jaw as if we are still biting down on a challenge. Release it. Let there be a small space between your teeth. As the jaw softens, notice how the rest of your face follows. This is the stoic poker face in its most relaxed form, not a mask of stone, but a mask of water. You are teaching your nervous system that the time for biting back at life is over. You are replacing the opinion of conflict with the reality of peace. Continue the scan through your neck and shoulders, the areas where we store our sense of duty. Most of us carry our responsibilities as if they were physical weights. But notice, the bed is doing the work now. Your shoulders do not need to be strong tonight. They do not need to be broad. Drop them. Let them widen into the mattress. As you release these muscles, you are practicing a form of somatic indifference. You are deciding that for the next few hours, your social roles and burdens are externals that have no place in this citadel. You are stripping away the armor of your muscles until only the soft, vulnerable, and resting human remains. Scan down your arms, through your hands, and into your fingers. Notice if your fists are slightly curled, as if ready to grab or defend. Open them. Let your palms turn upward or rest loosely. In Stoic philosophy, the open hand was a symbol of logic and clarity, while the clenched fist was a symbol of force and confusion. By opening your hands, you are signaling to your motor cortex that there is nothing to grasp and no one to fight. The fight or flight circuit in your spinal cord begins to dim because the physical instruments of fighting are now offline. Finally, move through your torso, your hips, and down to the soles of your feet. We often hold tension in our core as a way of bracing for impact. Breathe into that space. Tell your stomach muscles that they are allowed to be soft. In this state of proprioceptive stoicism, you have audited every inch of your temple and cleared out the stale energy of the day. You aren't just relaxing, you are correcting the biological mistakes of your ego. Every muscle that lets go is a thought that has been set free. Your body is now a neutral, quiet vessel, no longer shouting the opinions of the day, but whispering the truth of the night. As your muscles surrender their last remaining opinions and your body becomes a silent vessel, you enter the final chamber of this sensory reset. The Stoics gathered at the Stoa Poikile, or the Painted Porch, a place open to the world yet defined by its own atmosphere of reason. To truly mimic this stillness, you must now create the silence of the porch within your own room. This isn't just the absence of noise, it is the creation of a sensory void. In this void, the constant pinging of your nervous system finally ceases because there is nothing left for it to react to. You are moving from a world that screams for your attention to a space that asks for nothing at all. Most of us live in a state of auditory siege. Even in the quiet of the night, we are subconsciously listening for the hum of the refrigerator, the distant siren, or the notification chime of a phone. This keeps the brain's vigilance center active, preventing the deep dive into restorative sleep. To create the sensory void, you must perform a mental soundproofing of your soul. Imagine the silence is not a vacuum, but a thick, protective blanket. Instead of trying to block out sounds, you let them fall into the silence and disappear. If a dog barks or a floorboard creaks, it is simply a vibration in the air, an external that has no meaning inside your citadel. You do not label it. You do not judge it. You let the silence absorb it. This void extends beyond sound to the very light in the room. Even with your eyes closed, your brain can sense the presence of photons. To mimic the porch at midnight, imagine the darkness as a physical substance, cool, heavy, and vast. This visual silence is the final command to your pineal gland to flush your system with the hormones of deep rest. By embracing the void, you are telling your nervous system that the watch is officially over. There is no information left to process, no signals to interpret, no patterns to recognize. You are giving your brain the rarest gift in the modern world, a moment of absolute data zero. As you settle into this void, you may notice that the silence itself has a sound, a steady internal hum. This is the logos of your own life, the sound of your biology functioning in its purest state. In the Stoic Stoa, the philosophers found clarity because they removed the distractions that clouded their reason. Tonight, you are doing the same for your cells. In the sensory void, your nervous system stops defending and starts repairing. The blood flow shifts. The brain waves slow from the jagged peaks of the day to the long, rolling swells of the night. You are no longer a person reacting to a noisy world. You are the stillness at the center of the porch. This silence is your sanctuary. It is a space where you are completely untouchable. The weight of your reputation, the pressure of your goals, and the noise of your past all dissolve in this void. They require sensory fuel to stay alive, and tonight the fuel has been cut off. You are left with nothing but the pure, quiet essence of your own existence. It is a state of apatheia, not the absence of feeling, but the absence of disturbance. You are at peace because there is nothing left to disturb you. The porch is quiet, the gates are shut, and the soul is finally free to expand into the darkness. As the sensory void of the porch envelops you, the body has become a still lake, but the mind may still hold a few flickering images from the day. To achieve a total reset, we must perform a final intellectual housekeeping. Seneca, one of the most practical Stoic guides, never went to sleep without a formal review of his actions. He called it a court case for the soul. This isn't about guilt or keeping a record of your failures. It is about clearing your mental cache. Just as a computer slows down when too many background programs are running, your nervous system stays on when the day's events remain unprocessed. The nightly audit is the close all tabs button for your consciousness. Imagine your mind is a ledger. Throughout the day, you've made entries, conversations, tasks, frustrations, and wins. If you don't close the ledger at night, your brain will keep trying to balance the books while you sleep, leading to shallow rest and vivid, stressful dreams. Seneca's method involves 3 simple questions. What bad habit did I shake today? What part of me is better? Where did I fall short, and how can I fix it? By answering these questions, even just mentally, you are completing the day's psychological cycles. You are taking the raw, emotional data of the day and turning it into wisdom. Once a memory has been turned into a lesson, the brain no longer needs to keep it in its active memory. It can be moved into long-term storage, allowing the nervous system to finally let go of the tension associated with it. This audit is a form of radical honesty that actually promotes deep calm. When you admit, "I was impatient during that meeting," and then follow it with, "Tomorrow, I will practice a long exhale before I speak," you have created a plan. The brain loves plans. Uncertainty is the primary driver of the fight or flight response, but a plan provides a sense of closure. You are essentially telling your subconscious, the day's work is judged and finished. There is nothing left to solve tonight. This prevents the Zeigarnik effect, the psychological tendency to remember uncompleted tasks more than completed ones. By auditing your day, you complete it in the eyes of your mind. Think of this as a mental flush. You are separating your identity from your actions. You are not your mistakes. You are the one who reviews them. This distance creates a cooling effect on the nervous system. As you mentally check off each part of the day, feel the heavy cognitive weight lifting from your forehead. You are not carrying the day into the night. You are leaving it at the door. You are entering sleep with a clean slate, which is the only way to ensure the morning starts with fresh energy rather than yesterday's residue. As you finish this audit, notice the silence that follows. The internal chatter has nothing left to say because everything has been addressed. There are no pending notifications in your mind. You have been your own judge, and now you can be your own friend. This intellectual clarity is the final gate you must pass through to reach the deep, dreamless rest of the sage. You are organized, you are honest, and you are finished. The day is gone, and the night is yours to inhabit fully. As you close the ledger of your day, a final barrier to peace may arise, the cold, harsh judgment of your own reflection. Even after the audit is finished, the mind can be a ruthless prosecutor, replaying your errors until they feel like permanent stains on your character. This is the shame spiral, a high-frequency vibration of the nervous system that acts as a stimulant, keeping the heart rate elevated and the brain in a state of self-inflicted siege. To reset, you must adopt the perspective of the merciful sage. Stoicism is often misunderstood as a philosophy of iron-fisted self-criticism, but Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to be patient with others and strict with oneself, only to a point. True Stoic logic dictates that once a lesson is learned, keeping the shame alive is not only useless, it is irrational. Shame is a biological red alert that tells the body you have lost your place in the tribe. It floods the system with cortisol because in the ancient world, being wrong could mean being cast out. But tonight, you must apply the Stoic filter to your own guilt. Ask yourself, is this feeling helping me become more virtuous right now, or is it simply destroying my ability to function? If the day is over, the action is in the past. In the Stoic view, the past is an external. It is no longer within your power to change. By clinging to shame, you are trying to control the unchangeable, which is the very definition of mental suffering. The merciful sage looks at an error, notes it for future correction, and then grants the self an immediate and total pardon. This forgiveness is not an act of weakness, it is an act of supreme logic. Your nervous system cannot distinguish between a real predator and your own self-loathing. When you beat yourself up for a missed deadline or a sharp word, your body prepares to fight you. This internal civil war is the primary cause of the tired but wired sensation. By choosing to forgive yourself, you are declaring a ceasefire. You are recognizing that you are a prokopton, a person in progress, not a finished god. Like a scientist observing a failed experiment, you extract the data and discard the debris. The moment you release the shame, the physical weight in your chest dissolves, allowing the parasympathetic nervous system to flood the areas previously occupied by tension. Imagine you are your own best friend, standing at the bedside. Would you scream at them for their mistakes as they try to rest? Of course not. You would offer them the mercy of the night. Apply this same stoic kindness to your own soul. Realize that every human being who has ever lived has failed, faltered, and fumbled. It is part of the natural law of being human. By accepting your flaws with a quiet smile, you are aligning yourself with reality. You are admitting that you are part of a fallible species, and in that admission, there is a profound sense of safety. You no longer have to be perfect to be worthy of rest. As you breathe into this newfound space of self-forgiveness, notice how the texture of your thoughts changes. They become softer, slower, and less jagged. You are no longer defending your ego against your own attacks. The inner citadel is now a place of sanctuary, not a courtroom. You have cleared the emotional air, leaving behind a clean, cool atmosphere where sleep can finally take root. You are at peace with the person you were today, and you are leaving them behind to become someone new tomorrow. The spiral has stopped, the judge has left the bench, and the soul is finally allowed to be silent. As the internal courtroom falls silent and the judge leaves the bench, you might still feel the phantom tug of your to-do list. There is a specific kind of mental friction that occurs when we try to sleep while holding the reins of our responsibilities. We worry that if we let go, the world will stop spinning, or our projects will fall apart, or we will forget a crucial detail. This is the manager's anxiety, and it keeps the nervous system in a state of low-level mobilization. To achieve a total reset, you must implement the unfinished business protocol. This is a formal Stoic ceremony of delegation. You are going to take every pending task and worldly burden and hand them over to the cosmos, the vast orderly system of the Logos, until the sun rises. The Stoics viewed the universe as a living, rational organism that functions perfectly well without our constant interference. When you lie awake thinking about tomorrow's emails or next week's budget, you are suffering from a delusion of grandeur. You are pretending that you are the one holding the universe together. The protocol begins by acknowledging this error. Mentally visualize a large, sturdy chest at the foot of your bed. This is your cosmic deposit box. One by one, take the unfinished items of your life, the half-written report, the unresolved conflict, the laundry that isn't folded, and place them inside. You aren't abandoning them. You are outsourcing their maintenance to the natural order of things for the next 8 hours. Biologically, this acts as a completion signal. When you formally state, "This task is now in the hands of the cosmos," you are satisfying the brain's need for closure. Your nervous system is designed to stay alert as long as it perceives an open loop. By handing over your business, you are closing those loops. You are telling your sympathetic nervous system that the patrol is over. The cortisol that was being held in reserve for problem solving can finally be flushed out. You aren't just thinking about resting, you are creating the neurological permission to rest. You are declaring that for this period of time, your only duty to the Logos is to be a resting biological entity. Consider the immense relief of being off duty. In the Roman army, a sentry who fell asleep on watch faced execution because the safety of the camp depended on them. But you are not a sentry tonight. You have handed the watch over to a force that never sleeps. The laws of physics, the rotation of the earth, and the steady march of time. The cosmos is far more capable of handling tomorrow than you are at 2 a.m. By trusting the process of the universe, you are practicing the Stoic virtue of pistis, or trust. You are realizing that you are a small part of a great whole, and that the whole can take care of itself while the part recovers its strength. As you lay there, feel the physical weight of your responsibilities leaving your body. Your chest feels lighter. Your breathing becomes even more effortless because you are no longer bracing for the work of tomorrow. You have made a contract with the night. You will give it your total presence, and in exchange it will return you to the morning with a sharpened mind. The tasks in the box are safe. They will be there when you wake up, and you will have 10 times the power to handle them because you dared to leave them behind. You are no longer a worker. You are a philosopher king in his private chambers, and the kingdom is in good hands. As the unfinished business protocol clears the surface of your mind, you are left with the underlying structure of your thoughts. Often, even when we have put our tasks away, a lingering sense of heaviness remains. This heaviness is rarely caused by what happened today, but by the labels we have attached to those events. To reach the final depth of a nervous system reset, you must perform a surgical dissection of your value judgments. The Stoics, led by the wisdom of Epictetus, argued that people are disturbed not by things, but by the views they take of them. This is the ultimate cognitive secret. There is no such thing as a bad day in nature. There are only events, and then there is the story you tell yourself about them. When you label an event as bad, a missed deadline, a difficult conversation, or a broken appliance, you are not stating a fact. You are making a judgment. This judgment acts as a chemical trigger for your nervous system. Your brain interprets the word bad as threat and immediately begins to mobilize the sympathetic nervous system. It pumps out stress hormones to help you fight a monster that doesn't exist. By dissecting these judgments tonight, you are stripping the monster of its power. You are looking at the events of your day and removing the adjectives. You aren't failing, you are learning. It wasn't a disaster, it was an obstacle. When you return to the neutral facts, the biological alarm system has no reason to stay on. Consider the logos of the natural world. Does the tree consider a storm bad? Does the lion consider a failed hunt a tragedy? No. They simply adapt to the new reality. To reset your nervous system, you must adopt this same natural neutrality. Dissect the day into its raw components. I lost a client becomes the contract ended. My partner is angry becomes my partner expressed an emotion. By removing the value judgment, you are taking the sting out of the memory. You are realizing that the event is an external, but the judgment is an internal. Since the judgment is yours, you can choose to discard it. You can choose to see the day as a series of neutral data points that are now in the past. This practice is like cleaning a wound. The event happened, but the bad label is the infection that keeps the wound from healing. When you wash away the judgment with Stoic logic, the nervous system can finally begin the process of repair. You'll notice a physical cooling sensation in your mind as you do this. The heat of frustration is replaced by the cool clarity of truth. You are no longer a victim of circumstances. You are a rational observer of life. This neutrality is the baseline of the inner citadel. From this place, nothing can touch you. You are safe, not because your day was perfect, but because you have realized that perfection and failure are just words you created. As you lay in the stillness, let every bad label from the last 14 hours dissolve. See them for what they are, temporary opinions that have no weight in the vastness of the universe. You are left with the pure, unadorned reality of the present moment. It is quiet. You are safe. You are breathing. Everything else is just a story that you have decided to stop reading. This is the intellectual freedom that leads to the deepest rest. You are no longer defending your ego against the bad things that happened. You are simply resting in the truth of what is. As you strip away the labels of good and bad, you reach the final threshold of the night. There is one last weight that keeps the nervous system tethered to a state of high alert, the subconscious fear of tomorrow. We cling to the day's worries because we feel we must hold on to our lives, our identities, and our problems to keep them from disappearing. But the Stoics practiced a radical form of release called memento mori, the remembrance of death. To truly reset, you must treat this sleep as a small, temporary death. You are going to perform your own last rites, letting go of your life entirely so that you can be born fresh when the sun rises. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to live each day as if it were his last. When applied to sleep, this means reaching a state where you can say, "I have lived my life," before you close your eyes. Imagine that the person you were today is now finished. Their successes, their failures, their bank account, and their social standing are all being left at the edge of the bed. You are surrendering your name, your history, and your future. By treating sleep as a small death, you remove the biological pressure to stay awake and protect your interests. You cannot worry about tomorrow's meeting if the person who was supposed to attend it no longer exists for the night. This is the ultimate exercise in apatheia. When you accept that sleep is a total surrender, the nervous system stops fighting for control. The ego clench, that tight feeling in the solar plexus or the forehead, finally dissolves. You are practicing the art of dying while you are still alive, which is the secret to a life without fear. If you can let go of your entire existence every night, then nothing that happens during the day can truly break you. You are teaching your brain that you are okay even when you have nothing. This realization triggers a deep chemical peace, flooding the brain with adenosine and signaling a total withdrawal from the fight of living. Think of how much energy we waste trying to secure our future while we lie in the dark. But in the small death of sleep, there is no future. There is only the vast, silent present. You are handing your soul back to the Logos that borrowed it to you. This is the highest form of trust. You are trusting that the universe will hold your atoms together while you are gone, and that if you are meant to wake up, you will. This removes the performance anxiety of living. You aren't trying to sleep. You are simply ceasing to be you for a while. As you breathe out your final conscious thoughts, feel the profound liberation of being no one. You have no tasks, no enemies, and no goals. You have performed your rites. You are clean, you are empty, and you are ready to be absorbed into the restorative dark. The next day doesn't exist yet, and the previous day is a ghost. In this gap between lives, your nervous system finds its perfect original state of balance. You are floating in the inner citadel of the universe itself, where the silence is absolute and the rest is total. As you drift deeper into this temporary death of the ego, you begin to realize that the philosophy you've been practicing isn't just a collection of ideas, it is a physical transformation. The ancients spoke of the sage as someone who possessed an unshakable steady state. But today we can actually measure that steadiness in the rhythm of your heart. To truly reset your nervous system, you must understand the deep connection between your vagal tone and your capacity for virtue. A high heart rate variability, or HRV, is the biological signature of a Stoic. It is the physical proof that your inner citadel is not just a metaphor, but a functional, high-performance machine. Most people believe that a healthy heart beats like a metronome, perfectly steady and unchanging. But the opposite is true. A healthy, resilient heart is one that is constantly and subtly shifting its speed with every breath. This variability is governed by your vagus nerve. When you have high HRV, it means your nervous system is flexible. It can respond to a stressor and then return to a state of calm almost instantly. In Stoic terms, this is the definition of apatheia. You are not a person who feels nothing. You are a person whose body is so well tuned that it can process a hijack and return to logic before the damage is done. By increasing your vagal tone through this meditation, you are literally making yourself more virtuous by making your body more resilient to vice. Think of HRV as the buffer between an event and your reaction. When your vagal tone is low, your heart beats in a rigid, panicked rhythm. In this state, the smallest inconvenience, a spilled glass of water or a sharp comment, feels like a life-threatening emergency. Your biology is brittle, and a brittle soul cannot be a Stoic one. But when you use these long, temperate exhales to raise your vagal tone, you are widening the space between stimulus and response. You are giving yourself the biological room to choose a rational path. This is why the sage can remain calm in a storm. Their nervous system is so flexible that the storm simply doesn't have the power to break their rhythm. By focusing on this internal metric tonight, you are shifting your definition of progress. You aren't just trying to feel better. You are training your autonomic nervous system to stay in the green zone of repair and logic. High vagal tone is linked to the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for impulse control, complex problem solving, and emotional regulation. When your vagal tone is high, your Stoic brain is physically more powerful than your animal brain. You are making it biologically easier to be patient, to be brave, and to be just. Virtue, in this light, is not an act of willpower. It is the natural output of a well-tuned nervous system. As you lay in the darkness, feel the subtle wavering of your heartbeat. With every slow exhale, your heart slows down, and with every inhale, it gently picks up speed. This is the dance of the Logos within your chest. You are nurturing a high vagal tone that will act as your invisible armor tomorrow. You are teaching your heart that it doesn't need to be afraid of the world. By reaching this state of high variability, you are ensuring that your inner citadel remains flexible and strong. You are no longer a victim of your own pulse. You are the conductor of a biological symphony that is tuned to the frequency of peace. As your internal rhythm finds its steady, variable pulse, you might notice a lingering itch in your mind, a phantom urge to check a screen, to seek a spark of light, or to fill the silence with a stream of digital noise. This is the modern shackle of dopamine. a chemical loop that keeps your nervous system in a state of perpetual hunger. To truly finish this reset, we look to the most radical of all ancient thinkers, Diogenes the Cynic. He lived in a tub, owned nothing but a cloak and a staff, and famously threw away his only cup when he saw a child drinking from their hands. He understood that every external you depend on is a potential master over your peace. To achieve a primitive reset, you must perform a dopamine detox in your bedroom, stripping the space of everything that isn't essential to your nature as a resting animal. The modern bedroom has become a laboratory for hyperstimulation. Even when the lights are off, the ghosts of your devices remain. The blue light that suppressed your melatonin, the notification you haven't answered, and the infinite scroll that keeps your brain in a hunting mode. This constant drip of dopamine keeps the sympathetic nervous system on standby, preventing the deep, restorative dive into the void. Diogenes would tell you that you are a slave to these glowing boxes. By removing these externals from your reach, you are performing a radical act of liberation. You are telling your brain that the hunt for information and validation is over. You are returning to a primitive state where the only stimuli are the temperature of the air and the texture of the blankets. When you strip away these modern distractions, your nervous system initially protests. You might feel a sense of boredom or a spike in restlessness. This is exactly what a reset feels like. It is the withdrawal of your baseline dopamine levels, moving from a jagged artificial peak to a smooth, natural valley. In this valley, your brain stops looking out there for a hit of excitement and starts looking in here for the quiet logic of the night. You are retraining your neural pathways to find satisfaction in stillness. This is the Cynic's Sanctuary, a space where you are so self-sufficient that the absence of a screen doesn't feel like a loss, but like the removal of a burden. Consider the simplicity of the Logos in a dark room. Nature did not design you to process the opinions of 1,000 strangers at midnight. It designed you to track the phases of the moon and the sound of the wind. By honoring this design, you are lowering the noise floor of your life. When the dopamine storm settles, your sensitivity to the small joys of rest increases. The softness of the pillow becomes a profound luxury. The rhythmic sound of your own breathing becomes a fascinating meditation. You are no longer bored, you are present. You have reclaimed your attention from the companies that trade it for profit, and you have given it back to yourself. As you lie in this stripped-back, diogenic space, feel the relief of being unreachable. You have no duty to the digital world. The porch of your mind is clear of clutter. You have removed the hooks that the external world uses to pull you out of your citadel. In this primitive darkness, your nervous system can finally perform its deepest maintenance. It can clear the metabolic waste, repair the weary cells, and consolidate the day's lessons without being interrupted by a stray photon or a vibrating alert. You are free, you are simple, and you are finally alone with your own reason. As you rest in the primitive silence of your detoxed sanctuary, you are no longer a passenger in your own mind. You have stripped away the noise, the labels, and the digital shadows, leaving behind a crystalline awareness. This brings you to the threshold of the catalepsis state. To the Stoics, catalepsis was the moment of comprehensive grasp, a state of mental clarity where you perceive reality so clearly that it is impossible to doubt. In the moments before sleep, this isn't about solving a math problem. It is about a total, unshakable grasp of your own presence. It is the moment the mind becomes perfectly still, catching the truth of the present moment like a hand grasping a solid object. Most people drift into sleep through a fog of hypnagogic confusion, a chaotic soup of half-thoughts and dream fragments. But the Stoic seeks to maintain the light of reason until the very last second. To reach the catalepsis state, you must focus your attention on a single, undeniable fact. I am here and I am aware. This is a comprehensive impression. You aren't thinking about being aware. You are simply being it. This focus acts as a final stabilizer for the nervous system. While the animal brain prepares to shut down, the rational brain remains as a silent, clear-eyed observer. This clarity prevents the falling sensation of anxiety and replaces it with a steady descent into the deep. In this state, the mind becomes like a mirror. A mirror doesn't try to see, it simply reflects what is in front of it. You are reflecting the silence, the darkness, and the steady rhythm of your biology. This is the ultimate comprehensive grasp of the Logos. You realize that you are not the thoughts that pass through you today, nor are you the body that is growing heavy. You are the clarity itself. By holding on to this state of catalepsis, you are ensuring that your last conscious moments are spent in a state of high-order truth. This seeds your subconscious with a sense of order and logic that will govern your dreams and your recovery. Physiologically, this mental stillness signals the brain to move from the jagged beta waves of thought into the long sweeping alpha and theta waves of deep relaxation. Because you are not wrestling with your thoughts, the transition is seamless. You are grasping the piece so firmly that the amygdala sees no reason to fire. You are proving to your nervous system that you are the master of your internal landscape. This clarity is the final recalibration of your nervous system. It is the moment the internal compass points due north, providing a baseline of sanity that will survive the night. As you hold this state of catalepsis, the boundaries of your individual ego begin to soften. The grasp isn't a clenching of the fist, but a firm, open-palmed awareness of reality. You are clear, you are certain, and you are ready. The comprehensive impression of your own peaceful existence is the last thing you carry with you into the void. There is no confusion, no fear, and no residue of the day. You are simply a point of pure light in a dark, quiet universe, ready to let go of the light and become the dark. As your mind hangs in that crystal-clear state of catalepsis, you are standing at the edge of the subconscious. Soon, the rational logic of the daylight will give way to the shifting, symbolic world of dreams. For many, this is where the nervous system reset fails. They fall into nightmares that trigger the same heart-pounding fight-or-flight response as a real-life crisis. But the Stoic knows that even in sleep, you can maintain a cognitive distancing. By training your mind now, you are teaching your brain to treat dreams and nightmares exactly as it treats the noise of the day, as mere impressions. They are ripples on the surface of the water, not the water itself. A nightmare feels terrifying because, during REM sleep, the part of your brain that handles logic, the prefrontal cortex, is largely powered down, while the emotional centers are highly active. This creates a hallucination that the amygdala accepts as total truth. To prevent this from hijacking your nervous system reset, you must practice the Stoic labeling technique before you cross the threshold. You are setting a mental firewall. You tell yourself, whatever I see tonight, whether it is a monster or a memory, it is an image, not an object. It is a phantom of the mind, not a command from the universe. By pre-labeling dreams as indifference, You are taking the teeth out of your nightmares before they even begin. This distancing allows you to observe a dream without assenting to its reality. In Stoicism, the greatest error is to give your assent to a false impression. When you dream of falling, the fear comes because you believe you are falling. But if you have practiced this distancing, a part of your deeper consciousness remains grounded in the citadel. It watches the dream and says, "This is an interesting movement of the mind," rather than, "I am in danger." This prevents the massive spikes in cortisol and adrenaline that lead to waking up exhausted and wired. You are essentially teaching your nervous system to be stoic while you sleep, maintaining a baseline of physical calm regardless of the mental movies being played. Think of dreams as the brain's way of clearing the cache or sorting through the day's data. It's a biological process, like digestion. You wouldn't be terrified of your stomach digesting food. Why be terrified of your brain digesting thoughts? When a nightmare arises, it is simply your brain test-firing old stress signals to see if they are still needed. By remaining cognitively distant, you are showing your brain that those signals are obsolete. You are refusing to reactivate the stress loop. This turns your sleep into a true laboratory of resilience. You are practicing being unshakable in the most chaotic environment possible, your own imagination. As you prepare to let go, feel the relief of knowing that you are not the victim of your dreams. You are the screen on which the movie is projected, and the screen is never changed by the plot of the film. Whether the dream is pleasant or dark, your nervous system remains in its temperate state. You have built a bridge of logic that reaches into the subconscious, ensuring that your reset continues even when you are no longer awake to guide it. You are safe in the citadel, and the phantoms outside are merely shadows on the walls. As the movie of your dreams becomes a distant, irrelevant projection, you reach a state of ultimate expansion. You have stripped away the digital noise, the physical tension, and the mental labels. And now you are ready to let go of the very last boundary, the idea that you are a separate, isolated island. The Stoics believed in symphonia, the idea that the entire universe is one breathing, living organism governed by the same logos. To achieve the deepest possible nervous system reset, you must enter the interconnectedness sleep state. This is where you soften the hard edges of your ego and realize that your breath is part of the world's atmosphere and your rest is part of the Earth's own cycle of recovery. Most of our daily stress comes from the ego clench, the constant, exhausting effort to protect me, to promote me, and to distinguish me from them. This individualistic focus keeps the nervous system in a state of high resistance, like a wire carrying too much current. But as you lie here, you can choose to dissolve those borders. Feel the air entering your lungs. It is the same air that has passed through the leaves of ancient trees and the lungs of every sage who lived before you. When you breathe out, you are giving back to the world. In this state, your nervous system stops being a defense system for a single person and becomes a relay station for the universe. The resistance drops, and the peace of the whole begins to flow through the part. Biologically, this shift in perspective triggers a profound sense of safety. The social engagement system of your brain, the part that looks for kin and connection, reaches a state of total fulfillment. When you perceive yourself as interconnected with the Logos, the primal fear of being alone or vulnerable vanishes. You aren't just a fragile human in a dark room. You are a cellular component of a magnificent, indestructible system. This realization floods your brain with oxytocin, the hormone of connection and trust, which acts as a natural antagonist to cortisol. Your heart rate synchronizes with the slow, deep frequency of the natural world. You are plugged in to the ultimate power source of calm. Think of your sleep tonight as a contribution to the world's balance. When you rest deeply, you are fulfilling your function as a rational part of the cosmos. You are no longer fighting for your piece of the world. You are resting with the world. This sense of biological unity allows the brain to release the hyper-individualistic filters that keep us awake with self-centered worries. Your reputation, your bank account, and your status don't matter to the stars, and in this state, they don't matter to you either. You are simply life, resting in the arms of life. This is the Stoic sympathy, the recognition that we are all limbs of one body, and tonight the body is going to sleep. As you settle into this final state of oneness, feel the thickness of the peace around you. It isn't just your peace, it is the peace of the night itself. The boundaries of your skin feel less like a wall and more like a porous membrane. You are floating in the vast, orderly logic of the universe. There is no more you to protect, no more ego to defend, and no more nervous system to reset, because the reset is complete. You have returned to the source. You are a drop of water returning to the ocean, where the depth is infinite and the stillness is absolute. You have traveled through the citadel, the audit, the void, and the cosmos. You have used every tool of reason to clear the path. Now the path is gone, and only the destination remains. You are part of the Logos, and the Logos is at rest. In this perfect interconnectedness, you are finally, truly, and completely free to disappear into the lightless deep. As you rest in the warmth of interconnectedness, you are ready to apply the final, most potent physical seal on your practice. We often think of stillness as a byproduct of being relaxed, but the Stoics knew that stillness can also be a choice that creates relaxation. This is the Stoic statue technique. It is the practice of radical, intentional physical stillness. By becoming as unmoving as a marble bust of Zeno or Aurelius, you are sending a high-priority, no-fail signal directly to your brainstem that the environment is 100% safe. Your brainstem is the most ancient part of your nervous system. It doesn't understand logic or philosophy, but it understands movement. To the brainstem, movement equals doing, and doing equals the potential for danger. Even a small twitch of the toe or a shift of the hip keeps a tiny spark of alertness alive in your neurons. When you commit to being a Stoic statue, you are cutting off the fuel to that spark. You are telling your primal brain, if I am this still, it is impossible for there to be a threat. In response, the brainstem shuts down the last of the vigilance circuits, allowing the deep chemical transition into sleep to happen almost instantly. This stillness is not a clench. It is a heavy, dignified quiet. Imagine your limbs are made of heavy stone, yet they are resting on a cloud. Every time your mind whispers an impulse to adjust the pillow or scratch an itch, you use your prohairesis, your faculty of choice, to observe the impulse and let it pass. You realize that the itch is just a mere impression. By not reacting to it, you are proving your sovereignty over your impulses. This is the physical manifestation of Stoic endurance. You are training your nervous system to remain calm even when there is a minor discomfort, building a baseline of stillness that will make you untouchable during the chaos of the day. As you maintain this statue-like state, you'll notice something fascinating. The boundary of your body begins to blur. Because you aren't moving, your brain stops receiving constant data about where your skin ends and the bed begins. This leads to a sensation of floating or expanding. This is the biological signal that you are entering the hypnagogic state, the bridge to deep sleep. By staying still, you are keeping the bridge stable. You are making it easy for your consciousness to slip away because there is no noise from the muscles to keep it tethered to the room. There is a profound dignity in this stillness. You are no longer a person who is tossed about by life or by their own restlessness. You are a monument to your own reason. You are the master of your own frame. In this absolute quiet, the repair mechanisms of your body can work with maximum efficiency. Your heart rate is at its lowest, your breath is at its deepest, and your mind is at its clearest. You have become the inner citadel in physical form. The world outside can do what it wants. Inside the statue, there is only the eternal, silent Logos. You have done the work. You have audited the mind, cleared the senses, and anchored the body. You are now the sleeping sage, a being of total order and total peace. There is nothing left to say, nothing left to do, and nothing left to be. The statue is complete. The night is yours. The reset is total. As you settle into the profound stillness of the Stoic statue, a final test may arise from the world outside your window. Perhaps it is the distant wail of a siren, the rhythmic thrum of a passing car, or the steady breathing of someone beside you. To the average mind, these are disturbances, irritants that spark a flame of frustration. But to the Stoic, these sounds are merely vibrations in the air. This is the practice of apatheia toward noise. You are going to take the sting out of the external world by transforming every disturbance into neutral background data. You are the architect of your own peace, and a builder does not get angry at the wind. They simply build a wall that the wind cannot penetrate. Most people suffer because they assent to the idea that a noise is a violation of their peace. When you hear a siren and think, that shouldn't be happening, or that's going to keep me awake, you are the one creating the stress, not the siren. The sound is an external. It is outside your control. Your reaction is an internal. It is entirely yours. Apatheia is the state of being unmoved by these impressions. Instead of labeling a sound as a nuisance, you label it as the world being the world. A siren is just a frequency. A floorboard creaking is just physics. By removing the emotional label, you are cutting the wire to your amygdala. The sound reaches your ears, but it never reaches your heart. Think of your mind as a vast, deep ocean. On the surface, there may be waves and whitecaps, the noises of the city, the hum of the house. But you are not on the surface. You have descended into the deep, heavy blue where the water is still and the light is dim. From this depth, the noises of the world are like tiny bubbles rising far above you. They have no power to move the great weight of the water. You can hear them, but they are indifferent. They are part of the logos of a functioning world. In fact, you can even use these sounds as anchors for your focus. Every time you hear a distant noise, let it be a reminder to sink 1 inch deeper into your mattress. The noise becomes the very signal that triggers your descent. Biologically, this practice is known as habituation. When you stop reacting to a sound, your brain eventually stops reporting it to your conscious mind. By practicing apatheia, you are manually speeding up this process. You are telling your thalamus, the brain's gatekeeper, that these sounds are safe and irrelevant. The gate closes. You might still hear the noise, but you no longer listen to it. Your nervous system remains in its parasympathetic state because it has been convinced that there is no emergency. You are teaching your body that peace is not the absence of noise, but a state of mind that is so solid that no noise can shake it. There is a quiet power in being the one person in a noisy world who remains unshaken. You are like the painted porch itself, open to the elements, yet providing a steady, sheltered space for reason. The sirens and the shadows are just the moving parts of the universe doing their duty. Your duty is to remain a statue. As you drift, the world's noise becomes a lullaby of the Logos, the sound of life continuing in its orderly way while you perform your own natural duty of rest. You are a sovereign entity, and you have decided that nothing outside of you has the permission to disturb the silence inside of you. The world is moving, the stars are turning, and the night is full of its own music. You are simply a listener who has found the beauty in the static. With this final barrier removed, you are no longer trying to find peace. You are peace. The citadel is silent, the gates are locked, and you are free to vanish into the deep, dark logic of a perfect reset. As you let the world's noise fade into a neutral hum, you realize that much of the weight you carry isn't just in your muscles, but in the identities you wear like heavy, formal armor. Throughout the day, you have been many things to many people: a worker, a parent, a boss, a child, a citizen. Each of these roles comes with its own set of expectations, pressures, and shoulds that keep the nervous system in a state of high-stakes performance. But the night has no use for your titles. To reach a state of total reset, you must practice the clothing of the soul. This is the internal ceremony of shedding your social masks and returning to the raw, unadorned essence of your being. Imagine that your social roles are literal layers of clothing, heavy, stiff, and perhaps a bit too tight. As you lie in the stillness, mentally begin the process of unbuttoning these identities. Start with your professional self. Take off the worker or the boss. Peel it away and set it on a chair outside your room. Notice the immediate relief in your chest as the pressure to be productive or successful leaves your body. You are not your job. Your job is merely an external that you borrow for 8 hours a day. In the darkness, you are a nameless, titleless soul, and that is enough. Next, remove the roles you play for others. Shed the parent, the spouse, and the caregiver. This isn't an act of abandonment, but an act of necessary recovery. You cannot truly care for others if you never allow yourself to be cared for by the night. As you lay down these roles, feel the tension in your shoulders and neck dissolve. You are no longer responsible for anyone else's happiness or safety for the next few hours. You are handing those responsibilities back to the Logos. You are becoming unreachable, not out of coldness, but out of a stoic commitment to your own mental health. Finally, remove the most subtle layer, the person with a story. This is the version of you that worries about your reputation, your past mistakes, and your future goals. Strip away the clothing of the soul until there is nothing left but the bare fact of your existence. You are a biological entity, breathing and pulsing in the dark. You are a part of the whole. Without your roles, you have no enemies to fight and no status to defend. You have reached a state of social apatheia. In this state, the nervous system finds its truest reset because it no longer has to maintain the act of being a person. There is a profound freedom in this nakedness of the soul. You are like a traveler who has finally reached an inn and taken off their dusty boots and heavy cloak. You are light, you are simple, you are just you, unlabeled, unjudged, and unburdened. The inner citadel is now empty of social clutter, leaving plenty of room for the quiet logic of the night to settle in. You are ready to rest not as a someone, but as a conscious participant in the natural world. The person who woke up this morning is gone. The person who will face tomorrow doesn't exist yet. Right now, there is only this breath, this heartbeat, and this stillness. You have undressed your spirit, and you are ready for the final, pure contact with the void. You are safe in your anonymity. You are at peace in your simplicity. The world can wait. The soul is home. As you rest in the nakedness of your soul, having shed your social masks, you may notice how the physical space around you either supports or sabotages this newfound lightness. The Stoics and the desert monastics alike knew that the eye is the window to the soul, and a cluttered window leads to a cluttered mind. To finalize your nervous system reset, you must embrace monastic simplicity in your bedroom. This is the practice of ascetic decor, not to punish yourself, but to ruthlessly eliminate the visual noise that keeps your brain in a state of sympathetic arousal. Every object in your line of sight is a silent request for your brain to process data. That stack of unread books, the laundry in the corner, or the decorative trinkets on the dresser are all external inputs that your brain must categorize, judge, and store. In the language of neuroscience, this is cognitive load. When your bedroom is filled with items, your brain stays in scan mode, subconsciously checking for patterns and unfinished tasks. By stripping your decor down to the bare essentials, you are performing a visual dopamine detox. You are telling your eyes that there is nothing left to see, which allows the prefrontal cortex to stop its constant appraisal of the environment. Monastic simplicity acts as a physical off switch for the sympathetic nervous system. When you enter a room that is sparse, clean, and intentional, your heart rate naturally begins to slow. This is because a simple environment mimics the safety of a cave or a clearing, places where our ancestors could see that no predators were hiding. An ascetic space is a predictable space. Predictability reduces the uncertainty tax on your brain, lowering cortisol levels and inviting the parasympathetic response to take over. You are creating a sensory void, where the only thing left to focus on is your own internal rhythm. Think of your bedroom as the inner citadel made manifest. It should be a place where the world's complexity cannot reach you. Use neutral colors, clear surfaces, and hidden storage to bury the reminders of your daily life. When you look around, you should see nothing that requires an opinion. The bed, a single source of light, and the silence, these are the tools of the sage. By reducing your surroundings to these primitives, you are reinforcing your internal Stoic training. You are proving that you do not need things to be content. You only need the integrity of your own mind and a quiet place to rest it. As you lie in this simplified space, feel the visual silence acting as a balm for your weary eyes. There is no clutter to catch your gaze, no colors to agitate your spirit, and no objects to anchor you to your worldly roles. You are in a temple of your own making, a place of ascetic peace. The room is not empty. It is full of the presence of your own reason. In this simplicity, the boundary between the room and the soul begins to vanish, leaving you in a state of pure, unadorned rest. As you rest in your monastic sanctuary, stripped of social roles and visual noise, you might find one final quiet emotion beginning to stir. It is not the frantic excitement of the day, but a deep, grounded sense of cynic-inspired gratitude. Diogenes the Cynic famously taught that wealth is not the accumulation of things, but the reduction of needs. By his standards, the very bed you lie on is a palace. This meditation is the practice of radical appreciation for the indifferents that provide you comfort. By focusing on the luxury of basic shelter, you shift your nervous system from a state of scarcity and striving to a state of abundance and safety. Gratitude is the biological opposite of anxiety. While anxiety is the brain's way of saying, "I am in danger/lack," gratitude is the signal that I have enough. When you focus on the sensation of the mattress, the warmth of the blanket, and the solidity of the walls around you, you are performing a somatic reset. You are acknowledging that in this moment, your most primal biological needs are being met. This realization triggers the release of oxytocin, which physically softens the heart and lowers the threat detection threshold of the amygdala. You aren't just being thankful, you are chemically signaling to your brain that the hunt is over. Think like Diogenes for a moment. Imagine you spent the night on the cold, hard stone of a porch or in the middle of a forest. From that perspective, a pillow is a marvel of engineering. A blanket is a miracle of warmth. This reflective deprivation makes your current reality feel like a profound victory. Most of our modern stress comes from comparing ourselves to those who have more. The cynic reset works by comparing your current state to having nothing. Suddenly, your simple bedroom becomes a fortress of luxury. This shift in perspective removes the status anxiety that keeps the mind racing and replaces it with a heavy, contented peace. As you lay there, mentally touch the objects that support you. Feel the texture of the sheets, a barrier between you and the world. Notice the stillness of the air, protected from the wind and rain. This is stoic mindfulness. You are not taking these externals for granted. You are recognizing them as gifts from the Logos that allow you to recover your strength. This gratitude doesn't make you soft. It makes you invincible. When you realize how little you actually need to be safe and warm, the fear of losing your status or wealth tomorrow begins to evaporate. You are already a king in the only kingdom that matters, your own mind. Feel the weight of this appreciation settling into your limbs. You are rich in the things that matter: breath, warmth, and reason. The bed is your inanimate ally, and you have acknowledged its service. Your nervous system is now fully bathed in the chemicals of contentment. There is no need to scan the horizon for more, because enough is already here. You have found the point of perfect equilibrium, where the body is satisfied and the soul is still. As you rest in the warmth of your gratitude, one final predator might still be prowling the edges of your inner citadel: the day's residue. This is the lingering heat of a sharp word, a perceived injustice, or a flash of anger that occurred hours ago. If left untreated, this emotional toxin will follow you into the dream state, manifesting as conflict and keeping your nervous system in a state of high arousal defense. To reach the final depth of your reset, you must use stoic logic to neutralize this anger. You are not repressing the emotion, you are dissolving it by exposing it to the cold light of reason. Marcus Aurelius famously wrote, "How much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the causes of it?" To dissolve the residue, perform a logical dissection of the event. Ask yourself, did this person actually harm my character or only my reputation? Since virtue is the only true good, and no one can force you to be unvirtuous, No external event can truly harm you. The anger you feel is not a response to the event, but to your judgment that you have been wronged. By withdrawing your assent to that judgment, you cut off the oxygen to the flame. The anger doesn't just fade, it ceases to be logical. Next, apply the Stoic perspective of universal flux. Imagine the person who angered you as a small, fleeting part of the vast logos. Like you, they are driven by their own limited impressions and errors. To be angry at someone for being wrong is like being angry at a blind man for not seeing. By shifting from judgment to observation, you transform the offense into a neutral data point. This is cognitive diffusion. You are no longer the person who was insulted. You are the observer noticing that a human spoke words. This distancing immediately lowers the sympathetic nervous system arousal, cooling the heat in your chest and forehead. Before you drift, perform a mental flush. Visualize the lingering anger as a physical sediment, a dark, heavy silt settling in your mind. Use your slow, temperate exhales to wash it away. With every breath, state to yourself, "This belongs to the day. It does not belong to the night." You are refusing to carry the poison of the past into the sanctuary of your sleep. By neutralizing the residue now, you are ensuring that your REM cycles are used for memory consolidation and repair rather than reliving old battles. You are entering the dream state with a clean slate, protected by the shield of your own reason. The day's residue is a ghost that only has power if you believe in it. By applying logic, you have proven the ghost is a phantom. You are now empty of resentment, clear of conflict, and unified with the stillness of the room. The inner citadel is fully purified. You are ready to let the last of your conscious thoughts dissolve, knowing that you are entering the void with a soul that is as quiet as the stars. As you stand at the final gate of consciousness, the day's residue neutralized, a final whisper of the what-if might try to breach your defenses. This is the root of anxiety, a projection of the mind into a future that does not exist, spinning scenarios of loss, failure, or pain. To lock in your nervous system reset, you must execute the Stoic pivot. You are going to take the frantic energy of what if and redirect it into the unyielding power of even if. This is the ultimate cognitive transformation, moving you from the role of a victim of fate to the master of your own character. Anxiety is a glitch in your brain's predictive processing. Your mind is trying to solve a problem that hasn't happened yet, which keeps your sympathetic nervous system in a state of high readiness. When you ask, "What if I fail?" or "What if they leave?" you are signaling to your body that you are currently in danger. The Stoic pivot corrects this error. For every what if that arises, you respond with a firm even if. Even if I fail, I will remain a person of integrity. Even if I lose my status, I will retain my reason. By doing this, you are telling your brain that your well-being is not dependent on external outcomes, but on your internal response. This pivot acts as a somatic anchor. The moment you shift to even if, the physical grip of anxiety in your stomach or throat begins to loosen. You are moving from a state of fragility, hoping things go well, to a state of anti-fragility, knowing you can handle it if they go poorly. This is the biological equivalent of building a seawall. The waves of the future may crash, but they can no longer flood your inner citadel. Your heart rate stabilizes because the threat has been neutralized by your own competence. You aren't wishing for a life without storms. You are realizing that you are a ship that cannot be sunk. Think of this as preemptive resilience. By deciding now that you can handle the worst-case scenario, you remove the uncertainty tax that keeps you awake. You are practicing premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, not to be morbid, but to be prepared. When you have an even if for every what if, the future loses its power to haunt you. You can let go of the reins of tomorrow because you know that whatever version of tomorrow arrives, you will be there to meet it with logic and virtue. As you lie in this state of total preparedness, feel the profound quiet that follows. There is nothing left to figure out. You have prepared for every outcome by anchoring yourself in the only thing you truly control, your own mind. The future is an external, and you have rendered it indifferent. You are no longer bracing for impact. You are simply resting in your own strength. The Stoic pivot is the final turn of the key in the lock of your peace. You are ready to disappear into the night, an unshakable soul in an ever-changing world. As you move beyond the even if and find your own internal footing, there is one final subtle source of biological heat that can keep the nervous system simmering: the comparison trap. In the Stoic view, we are all part of one body, yet our egos often treat the success of others as a personal loss. This creates the cortisol of envy, a sharp, prickly arousal that keeps the brain in a state of competitive scanning. To fully flush this out, you must practice sympathetic joy, mudita in other traditions, but deeply aligned with the Stoic cosmopolis. By celebrating the wins of others, you transform a potential stressor into a source of restorative calm. Envy is a survival mechanism gone wrong. It tells your brain that someone else has taken a resource that you needed, triggering a subtle fight-or-flight response. But the Stoic logic of interconnectedness dictates that a win for the whole is a win for the part. When you mentally celebrate a peer's promotion, a neighbor's health, or a friend's happiness, you are performing a neurochemical hijack. You are tricking your brain into releasing the same dopamine and oxytocin it would release if the win were your own. You are moving from the zero-sum mindset of the ego to the abundant mindset of the sage. This meditation acts as a vagal brake. While envy is hot and constricting, sympathetic joy is cool and expansive. As you visualize the success of others, notice the physical sensation in your chest. Instead of the tightening of resentment, consciously choose to expand your heart to include their joy. You are signaling to your parasympathetic nervous system that you are in a safe, collaborative environment rather than a hostile, competitive one. This lowers your heart rate and allows the blood flow to return to the repair and digest functions that are essential for deep sleep. Think of this as social hygiene. You are cleaning your inner citadel of the toxic residue of comparison. By deciding that you are indifferent to who gets the credit or the reward, you become untouchable. You are no longer a competitor who must stay awake to plan their next move. You are a participant in the flourishing of the Logos. This shift in perspective removes the last traces of status threat from your amygdala. You can rest deeply because you have realized that the world is not a battlefield, but a garden where someone else's bloom does not hinder your own. As you lie in the stillness, let the winds of the world wash over you. Every success you remember becomes a lullaby of progress. You are part of a winning team, the human race, and tonight the team is at peace. This joy is a clean, sustainable fuel that leaves no ash of anxiety behind. You are empty of envy, full of connection, and perfectly tuned for the final descent. As you float in the expansive peace of shared joy, You are ready for the final, most intimate encounter of the night. Beyond your roles, your tasks, and even your biological rhythms, there is a core of guiding reason that the Stoics called the inner daimon, your highest self, or your internal spark of the Logos. To conclude this reset, you must engage in the inner daimon dialogue. This is not a conversation of worry or judgment, but a check-in with the person you are capable of being. It is the final alignment of the compass before you surrender to the void. The daimon is the silent observer who has watched your day without the distortion of your ego. To speak with it, you must move your awareness to the very center of your being. Ask this highest version of yourself, did I live in accordance with my principles today? If the answer is no, you acknowledge it with the same stoic indifference you applied to external noise, vowing to correct the course tomorrow. If the answer is yes, you allow yourself to feel the deep, stable satisfaction of eudaimonia, the well-being of the soul. This internal approval is the only validation you truly need. It is the ultimate biological safety signal that allows the nervous system to fully disarm. By checking in with your daimon, you are performing a moral defragmentation. You are ensuring that there is no split between your actions and your values. This internal unity is the primary enemy of insomnia. We often stay awake because our lower self, driven by fear and desire, is at war with our higher self, driven by reason. The dialogue ends the war. You are telling your brain, I am in harmony with my nature. This realization triggers a profound release of tension in the deep tissues of the body, as the bracing of a conflicted mind finally gives way to the yielding of an integrated soul. Think of your daemon as the anchor of your inner citadel. No matter what storms the world threw at you today, the daemon remains untouched. By identifying with this part of yourself, you are sheltering your consciousness in a place that cannot be broken. You are not the person who was stressed by a deadline. You are the daimon who observed the stress and maintained its integrity. This shift in identity scaling makes your problems look small and your peace look infinite. You are no longer a fragment of a chaotic world. You are a rational agent of a purposeful universe. As you prepare for the final drift, let the last words of your inner daemon be, "It is well." You have been a good steward of your mind today. You have applied the filters, performed the audits, and found the silence. You are now in total agreement with yourself and the Logos. The inner daimon dialogue is the final seal on the night, a promise that when you wake, you will do so as a person of character. But for now, you have earned the right to simply be. The citadel is dark, the gates are shut, the daemon is at peace. You are ready to let the last spark of awareness go, knowing that the core of who you are is safe, steady, and whole. As you lay in the absolute stillness of your sanctuary, the final layer of your reset involves confronting a primitive, biological, external, the darkness itself. Even for the modern sage, the absence of light can trigger a primal arousal, a scan for hidden threats that keeps the nervous system on a low-grade tether. To achieve stoic equanimity in darkness, you must use your rational faculty to dismantle this fear. You are going to prove to your brain that the dark is not a predator, but a neutral, indifferent condition of the universe that actually serves as your most potent ally in restoration. Fear of the dark is an impression left over from our evolutionary ancestors. To the animal brain, the dark represents a loss of information, which it interprets as a potential danger. But as a Stoic, you know that nothing is as frightening as the things we imagine. Use your logic to perform a spatial audit. You know the dimensions of your room. You know the placement of the walls and the furniture. The darkness has not changed the reality of your environment. It has only changed your perception of it. By mentally mapping your room, you are reclaiming your inner citadel from the shadows. You are realizing that the space is just as safe as it was when the sun was high. Next, apply the dichotomy of control to the darkness. You cannot control the rotation of the earth or the setting of the sun, but you can control your opinion of the light's absence. Instead of viewing the dark as a void, view it as a sensory fast. The darkness is a biological curtain drawn by the Logos to protect your eyes and your mind from the visual noise of the world. It is the necessary condition for your pineal gland to perform its duty. By welcoming the dark as a medicine for your nervous system, you shift from a state of vigilance, sympathetic, to a state of yielding, parasympathetic. Consider the Logos of the night. The universe spends half of its time in shadow. The stars themselves are only visible because of the dark. To be afraid of the darkness is to be afraid of the very fabric of the cosmos. When you embrace the dark, you are aligning yourself with the natural order. You are realizing that the unknown is not synonymous with threat. In the dark, your other senses, your hearing, your touch, your proprioception, become more refined. You are no longer distracted by the externals of the world, allowing you to focus entirely on the inner diamond. As you lie here, feel the darkness as a cool, heavy velvet that is pressing your muscles into the bed. It is not an empty space, it is a full space, full of potential rest and quiet reason. You are the master of this room, and the darkness is your servant. The scarecrows of your imagination are just faulty logic. By refusing to assent to the impression of fear, you have rendered the darkness toothless. You are a Stoic statue in a dark temple, and the silence of the night is the only music you need. The lights are out, the eyes are closed, and the mind is clear. You have used your reason to transform a primal terror into a philosophical sanctuary. You are home, you are safe, and the darkness is merely the color of your peace. As you stand at the final gate of consciousness, having traversed the landscape of your own mind, you arrive at the ultimate secret of the Stoic sage. It is not a single act of brilliance that secures your peace, but the unyielding power of repetition. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, taught that well-being is attained by little and little, yet remains no small thing. By anchoring your Stoic toolkit to a precise time, such as 9 p.m., you move beyond mere philosophy and into the realm of biological automation. You are creating a Pavlovian nervous system reset that will eventually function without your conscious effort. The nervous system is a rhythmic entity that thrives on predictability. When you begin your ritual at the exact same time every night, you are training your suprachiasmatic nucleus, your brain's master clock, to associate that hour with the off switch. In the early stages, you use logic to manually calm your mind, but after weeks of consistency, the mere arrival of the hour triggers a cascade of melatonin and GABA. You are effectively preloading your peace, turning your body into a well-trained soldier who knows exactly when the watch ends and the rest begins. While most people have a conditioned arousal response to their phones or workspaces, your nightly ritual creates a powerful counter-habit of conditioned calm. By following the same sequence, the audit, the breathwork, and the physical stillness of the statue, You build a neural chain reaction where one step automatically pulls the next. This consistency removes the burden of decision-making from your executive function. You no longer have to decide to be calm. You simply follow the protocol, allowing long-term potentiation to strengthen the synaptic connections of your resilience. To the Stoic, consistency is a form of profound integrity. By showing up for your ritual every night, you prove to your inner daemon that you are a person of your word. This builds a deep, subconscious self-trust. When the appointed hour strikes, your amygdala does not need to scan for threats because it knows exactly what is coming, a period of total, rational sanctuary. You are no longer trying to sleep. You are simply allowing the biological machinery you have tuned to perform its natural function. This consistency is the strongest wall of your inner citadel. The world may be chaotic, but your ritual remains sacred. It is the time when the person with a social story dies and the part of the logos rests. By repeating these lessons nightly, you are etching the philosophy into your very cells. You are becoming a person who does not just practice stoicism, but someone who is stoic, down to the very rhythm of their heartbeat. You have built the architecture of your own recovery, and it is now time to let it carry you. In the final refinement of the sage's training, there is a radical concept that moves beyond the pursuit of comfort and into the realm of voluntary hardship. While the goal of our protocol is restorative rest, the Stoic knows that a person who can only be peaceful in a perfect, silent bedroom is still a slave to their environment. To truly secure your inner citadel, you must occasionally and intentionally develop emotional calluses. This involves using a night of limited sleep or a less than ideal sleeping environment as a training ground for Stoic endurance. You are proving to your nervous system that your character and your calm are not dependent on a full 8 hours of rest. Biologically, sleep deprivation is a stressor that typically causes the amygdala to become hyper-reactive, making everything feel more dramatic and threatening than it truly is. By choosing to stay awake or resting in discomfort occasionally, you are performing a stress test on your philosophy. You are watching the animal brain become irritable and reactive, but you are refusing to assent to its complaints. This is the neurobiological equivalent of lifting weights. You are putting your rational faculty under a heavy load to see if it can still maintain its shape. When you can stay patient and logical while exhausted, you have developed a level of resilience that a well-rested person can never claim. Seneca often advised that we should set aside a certain number of days during which we shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare to prepare for times of necessity. When you apply this to sleep, you are practicing prosophe, constant watchfulness over your impressions. You observe the headache, the heavy eyelids, and the foggy thoughts, and you label them as externals that are indifferent to your virtue. You realize that while your body is tired, your will remains free. This creates an emotional callus that makes your standard nights of rest feel even more luxurious and makes the inevitable sleepless nights of real life far less daunting. This practice prevents you from becoming brittle. If you become a person who needs silence, a weighted blanket, and 10 hours of sleep to function, you have simply traded one master for another. By occasionally practicing endurance, you are reclaiming your sovereignty. You are teaching your brainstem that even when the battery is low, the captain is still in charge. This realization flushes out the cortisol of sleep anxiety, the fear that, if I don't sleep tonight, tomorrow will be a disaster. Once you have proven you can handle a disaster while tired, that fear loses its grip forever. As you lie down tonight, Whether in your monastic bed or on a harder surface of training, know that you are the master of your own state. You are not a victim of your biology, you are its governor. Every moment of practiced endurance is a brick in the wall of your citadel. You have found the peace that exists beyond comfort, and that is a peace that the world can never take away. The final component of your evening architecture is the act of mercy for your future self. Much of the anxiety that plagues the hours before sleep is actually a preemptive stress response to the friction of the coming morning. When you know you will wake up to chaos, a disorganized environment, or a series of urgent decisions, your nervous system remains in a state of high alert anticipation. To dissolve this, you must engage in minimalist morning preparation. This is the Stoic practice of clearing the path, ensuring that when you return from the small death of sleep, your environment is a reflection of the order you have cultivated in your mind. Every decision you have to make in the first 30 minutes of your day, what to wear, what to eat, where your keys are, depletes your finite reserve of executive function. By making these decisions tonight, you are protecting your morning self from decision fatigue. This is a practical application of the Stoic virtue of phronesis, or practical wisdom. You lay out your simple clothing, prepare your first meal, and clear your workspace until only the most essential tools remain. This creates a low-friction environment that allows your nervous system to transition from the parasympathetic state of sleep to the focused action of the day without a jarring spike in cortisol. Physiologically, a cluttered or demanding morning triggers an exaggerated cortisol awakening response. When your eyes open to visual noise and immediate demands, the amygdala perceives a hostile start to the day. By preparing a minimalist environment tonight, you are ensuring that your morning rise is steady and logical rather than panicked. You are creating a buffer zone of silence and simplicity that allows you to maintain your inner citadel even as you re-engage with the world. You aren't just tidying a room, you are setting a neurological trap for peace. This preparation also serves as a final completion signal for your brain before you drift off. When you look around and see that everything is in its place for tomorrow, you are providing your brain with evidence that the future is handled. This removes the need for the manager's anxiety to keep you awake with hypothetical planning. You have externalized your order. You have acted as a benevolent governor of your own life, providing your future self with the best possible conditions for virtue. This act of service to yourself reinforces your internal sense of agency and reduces the perceived weight of the coming day. As you finish these final preparations, feel the lightness that comes from a lack of open loops. The path is clear, the decisions are made, and the environment is silent. You have closed the book on today and written the first page of tomorrow. Now there is truly nothing left to do. You have reached the end of the Stoic protocol. Your mind is an audit of truth, your body is a statue of stillness, and your environment is a temple of simplicity. The Logos of the night is calling, and you are ready to answer. In the final stage of your evolution into the sage, you must dismantle the most persistent delusion of the modern mind, the belief that your value as a human being is tied to your output. This is the ultimate Stoic realization that rest is a natural duty you owe to the Logos, not a reward you must earn through exhaustion. Most people approach sleep as a concession to a weak body, feeling a subtle guilt if the day's work remains unfinished. But Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that he was a part of a whole, and like the sun, the plants, and the animals, a human has a specific work to do, which includes the vital maintenance of the self. Biologically, the productivity trap keeps your nervous system in a state of chronic sympathetic arousal. When you view rest as a reward, your brain treats relaxation as something to be bought with stress. This creates a high-pressure loop where you can only feel at peace once a certain threshold of labor is met. To decouple your worth from this loop, you must view sleep as a moral obligation. You are a biological machine designed by nature to function within a cycle of exertion and recovery. When you refuse to rest, you are not being diligent. You are being unjust to your own nature. You are essentially stealing from tomorrow's reason to pay for today's vanity. This shift in perspective is a radical act of stoic freedom. By declaring that your worth is found in your character and your choice, not in your inbox or your bank account, you render the external of productivity indifferent. You realize that a day where you accomplished nothing but maintained your equanimity is a more successful day than one where you moved mountains but lost your soul to stress. This realization flushes out the cortisol of inadequacy. It allows your heart rate to drop and your muscles to slacken because you no longer feel the need to justify your existence through movement. When you lie down tonight, do not think of it as stopping. Think of it as transitioning to a different kind of duty. Your work for the next 8 hours is to be a silent, resting part of the universe. This is a vital contribution to the order of things. By resting well, you are sharpening the tool of your mind so that it may be used for virtue tomorrow. You are not lazy. You are being disciplined in your recovery. This natural duty is just as significant as any task you perform during the daylight hours. It is the steady, quiet pulse of a life lived in accordance with nature. As you surrender to the bed, feel the profound relief of having nothing to prove. Your worth is a constant, steady flame that does not flicker based on your to-do list. You are a rational agent of the cosmos, and right now, the cosmos requires your stillness. You have done enough simply by existing and maintaining your integrity. The night is not a gap in your productivity. It is the foundation of your wisdom. You are free from the scales of the world, and you are ready to rest in the absolute certainty of your own inherent value. As you lie in the absolute stillness of your sanctuary, you may find that the silence itself has a sound. For many, a completely quiet room is not truly silent. Instead, the mind fills the void with its own internal chatter. To anchor your nervous system in these final moments, you can utilize the cosmic hum, the use of white, pink, or brown noise, not just as a sensory tool, but as a profound stoic metaphor for the background frequency of the Logos. This steady, unchanging drone is the auditory representation of the universal reason that hums beneath the chaos of the world. Biologically, white noise provides a sound blanket that prevents the startle response. Your brain is a pattern recognition machine that is constantly scanning for anomalies in the environment. A sudden floorboard creak or a distant car door can trigger a spike in the sympathetic nervous system because it stands out against the silence. By introducing a constant, broad-spectrum frequency, you are leveling the field. This masks the anomalies and tells your thalamus, the brain's sensory gatekeeper, that the environment is stable and predictable. It creates a state of auditory boredom, allowing your vigilance circuits to finally stand down. Beyond the biology, the Stoic uses this sound as a spiritual anchor. Imagine this hum is the breath of the universe itself, the steady, rational vibration of the Logos that holds the stars in their orbits and moves the tides. When you listen to it, you aren't just hearing static, You are hearing the sound of a world that is functioning exactly as it should. It is the omnipresent background of reality. By focusing on this sound, you are performing a cosmic alignment. You are letting your individual frantic thoughts be absorbed into the vast, indifferent frequency of the whole. This practice is the ultimate exercise in prososhe, or mindfulness. Instead of following the jagged thoughts of your ego, you follow the smooth line of the hum. If a thought about tomorrow arises, it is like a single discordant note that is immediately drowned out by the massive, beautiful drone of the Logos. You realize that your personal worries are temporary and small, while the cosmic hum is eternal and vast. This shift in perspective induces a state of apatheia, a cooling of the emotional fires, as you realize there is nothing to fear in a universe that is so fundamentally orderly. As you drift, let the hum be the last thing you know. It is the sound of the void, the sound of the stars, and the sound of your own resting nature. You are no longer an isolated individual fighting for peace. You are a single note merging back into a grand, eternal symphony. The noise of the world has been neutralized, and the music of the Logos is all that remains. You are safe, you are part of the whole, and you are ready to vanish into the sound. As you reach the final bridge between the conscious world and the realm of sleep, you enter the hypnagogic state, a fragile, fluid territory where the mind begins to lose its grip on linear logic and starts to drift into dream imagery. For most, this is a chaotic slide into confusion, but for the hypnagogic Stoic, it is the ultimate training ground for prosophy, or constant watchfulness. Your goal is to maintain a thread of rational awareness even as your thoughts begin to liquefy, ensuring that the last movements of your mind are governed by reason rather than random fragments of anxiety or desire. Biologically, this state occurs as the brain's executive network begins to hand over control to the default mode network. The prefrontal cortex, your center for logic, starts to power down, while the sensory areas of the brain begin to fire spontaneously, creating flashes of light, sound, or strange thoughts. By practicing rational awareness here, you are performing a high-level cognitive balancing act. You are observing these hypnagogic impressions without giving your assent to them. When a bizarre image or a phantom voice arises, you internally label it. This is an impression of the drifting mind, not a reality. This prevents the startle response that often snaps people back into wakefulness. Maintaining this rational thread acts as a stabilizer for the nervous system. By staying as a calm observer of your own brain's rebooting process, you are signaling to the deepest parts of your brainstem that you are safe even as you lose control. This is the ultimate Stoic exercise in apatheia, being unmoved by things that are outside your control. You cannot control the strange imagery of hypnagogia, but you can control your reaction to it. This steady observation facilitates a smoother transition into deep sleep, preventing the jagged, hypnic jerks that are often caused by the brain misinterpreting relaxation as a fall. Think of this as the sentry of the soul. You are standing at the gate as your consciousness departs, making sure that no unfiltered thoughts or lingering stresses sneak into the subconscious. You are the silent witness to your own disappearing ego. This practice ensures that your last conscious moments are spent in a state of high-order truth and calm. You are not fighting to stay awake. You are simply refusing to be bewitched by the shadows of the mind. By the time the thread of reason finally snaps and you fall into the void, your nervous system is so profoundly stabilized that your recovery will be deep and uninterrupted. As you lie here, watch the thoughts drift by like clouds. Do not chase them, and do not fear them. Simply notice them and return to the steady awareness of your own breath and the inner daemon. You are becoming the master of the transition, the philosopher who stays awake just long enough to see the light of reason turn into the peace of the stars. The bridge is narrow, but your step is firm. You are ready to let go, not as a victim of sleep, but as a sovereign entity who has completed their duty for the day. As you move beyond the boundary of your own individual thoughts, you reach the most expansive stage of the Stoic reset. The Stoics viewed the universe not as a collection of dead matter, but as a zoon, a living, rational organism. In this world as a living being meditation, you stop seeing yourself as a lonely figure in a dark room and begin to feel your breath as a small rhythmic part of the Earth's own respiration. This is the ultimate biological off switch for the ego-driven stress that keeps the nervous system in a state of isolation and defense. Biologically, this shift in perspective moves you from a state of self-preservation to a state of global integration. When you focus on your own survival, your amygdala remains vigilant. But when you synchronize your breath with the perceived rhythm of the world, you trigger a profound parasympathetic surge. You are realizing that the air entering your lungs is the same air being filtered by distant forests and moved by global currents. This awareness floods your system with oxytocin, the bonding hormone, which in this context acts as a bond between the individual and the environment. You aren't just breathing. The earth is breathing through you. As you inhale, imagine you are drawing in the vitality of the entire logos. As you exhale, imagine you are releasing your individual heat and tension back into the vast, cooling atmosphere. This is the Stoic concept of symphonia, the harmonious agreement of the part with the whole. By timing your breath to a slow, deliberate pace, perhaps 4 seconds in and 6 seconds out, you are mimicking the slow, steady oscillations found in nature. This biofeedback tells your brainstem that you are in total alignment with your habitat. There is no need for fight or flight, because you cannot be in conflict with a system of which you are a fundamental part. Think of the Earth as a massive, resting body. It has its own circulatory system of tides and currents, and its own nervous system of electromagnetic frequencies. By softening your muscles and slowing your pulse, you are plugging in to this planetary baseline. You are no longer a jagged frequency of human anxiety. You are a smooth frequency of natural existence. This shift provides a level of security that no locked door can offer. You are safe because you are part of an indestructible whole. Even the small death of sleep is just a transition within this living system, a moment where the part rests so the whole may remain vibrant. As you settle into this final synchronization, feel the thickness of the peace around you. You are floating in the living breath of the world. The room is not empty, it is full of the Logos. Your individual story has dissolved into the grand, slow rhythm of the turning earth. You are a cell in a healthy body, a leaf on a sturdy tree, a breath in a vast atmosphere. Everything is moving exactly as it should, and you are moving with it. You are home, you are whole, and you are ready to let the world carry you into the deep. As you reach the final stage of your transition into the night, you must confront the most profound Stoic exercise of all, the temporary death reframe. To the Stoics, sleep was not merely a biological necessity, but a daily rehearsal for the ultimate finality. By reframing sleep as a small death, you are stripping the concept of its terror and transforming it into your most potent tool for total surrender. If you can learn to let go of your life entirely for 8 hours, you are building the spiritual and neurological muscle required to face the final rest with equanimity. The anxiety that keeps us awake is often a subtle, subconscious clinging to existence. We worry that if we stop thinking, stop planning, and stop being, we will lose ourselves. But the Stoic practices memento mori, the remembrance of death, to realize that we never owned ourselves in the first place. We are merely borrowers of the Logos. When you lie down, you are returning the loan for the night. You are practicing the art of non-being. Biologically, this mindset signals a total withdrawal of the ego's defense systems. The prefrontal cortex, which usually works overtime to maintain your identity, finally receives permission to stand down. This reframe turns the act of falling asleep into an act of supreme courage and trust. You are stepping into the dark without a guarantee of return, yet you do so with a steady heart because you have realized that life and death are both natural functions of the universe. By treating sleep as a temporary death, you remove the performance anxiety of the next day. A person who has died to their roles, their worries, and their body for the night has nothing left to fear. This triggers a profound neurological unclenching. The tension in the solar plexus and the jaw, the physical seats of the ego, dissolves into the mattress. Consider the immense peace found in the absence of self. In deep, dreamless sleep, there is no you to suffer, to crave, or to fail. There is only the vast, silent continuity of the Logos. By approaching sleep as a rehearsal for this state, you are training your nervous system to find comfort in the void. You are teaching your brain that peace is not found in the presence of good things, but in the absence of the clinging mind. This is the highest form of apatheia. You are safe not because the world is perfect, but because you have accepted that you are a transient part of an eternal whole. Down. As you breathe out your final conscious thought, let it be one of total release. You are laying down the burden of your identity. You are closing the book. You have performed your duties, and now you are returning your atoms to the quiet order of the night. You are not losing your life. You are resting it. In this small death, you find the only rest that is truly absolute. You are empty, you are quiet, and you are ready to be absorbed into the dark. To finalize your transition into the night, we utilize Marcus Aurelius's own strategy for confronting the dawn. He famously began his days with a command to himself. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. While this sounds cynical, it is actually a strategic premeditation of evils, premeditatio malorum. By setting this Stoic intention just before you drift off, you are seeding your subconscious with a baseline of resilience, ensuring that your brain processes the day's potential chaos as a neutral, expected data point, rather than a threat. Biologically, the last thoughts you hold before entering the dream state act as a thematic filter for the night's memory consolidation. If you go to sleep worrying about a difficult meeting, your brain spends the night in a state of anticipatory stress. However, by issuing a morning command, you are performing a top-down regulation of your emotional response. You are telling your amygdala that tomorrow's obstacles are already accounted for. This allows the nervous system to remain in a deep parasympathetic state throughout the night because the problem-solving work has been moved from the realm of worry to the realm of acceptance. As you lie in the stillness, mentally state your command for tomorrow. You aren't wishing for a day without difficulty. You are declaring that even if people are surly or events are chaotic, your inner citadel will remain unbreached. You are deciding right now that your character is the only thing that matters. This intentionality acts as a somatic anchor. It removes the uncertainty tax that often causes middle-of-the-night awakenings. You can sleep deeply because the sentry of the soul already has its orders for the morning. You have pre-resolved the conflicts of tomorrow, leaving the night entirely free for recovery. Think of this as subconscious training. While you are in deep NREM and REM sleep, your brain is rehearsing your reactions. By seeding the intention of equanimity, you are literally building the neural pathways of patience while you rest. You are training yourself to be a sage in your sleep. When you wake, you won't have to try to be calm. You will find that the calm is already there, waiting for you. This is the morning command in action, the rational mind setting the stage for a virtuous awakening. Close your eyes and feel the authority of your own reason. You have audited your day, cleared your sanctuary, and synchronized with the Logos. Your command has been issued. The subconscious is now at work on your behalf. There is no more planning to be done, no more defenses to build. You are ready to hand over the reins of your mind to the silent, restorative dark. The command is set. The rest is earned. As you prepare to let the final spark of awareness fade, you must perform one last act of psychological hygiene. Even after your logical audits, some worries may remain as persistent, sticky thoughts that pull at your attention. The Stoic realizes that these thoughts are not part of his nature, but are externals, impressions that have entered the mind and must now be escorted out. You will use the technique of externalization, visualizing every lingering concern as a single leaf being dropped into a wide, slow-moving river. This visualization is a practical application of cognitive distancing. When you are inside a worry, it feels as large as the world. But when you place that worry on a leaf, you are physically and mentally creating distance between the observer and the observed. You are realizing that you are the riverbank, steady, unmoving and permanent, while the thoughts are merely the debris on the water's surface. This shift in perspective triggers a reduction in the sympathetic nervous system arousal. By watching the worry move away rather than wrestling with it, you are proving to your brain that the thought is not a threat that requires action. As each leaf carries a worry downstream, notice how the weight in your body begins to shift. You aren't trying to stop the river, you are simply refusing to jump into the current. You are practicing apatheia toward the internal noise. One leaf carries a deadline, another carries a social anxiety, a third carries a vague feeling of to-do. You watch them bob and turn in the current until they disappear around a bend. The river, the Logos, is vast enough to carry them all. It knows where they need to go, and it does not require your help to move them. This process clears the visual field of your subconscious. By the time the last leaf has vanished, your mind is like the surface of the water itself, clear, deep, and still. There is no friction left in your nervous system. You have externalized your stress, leaving your inner citadel empty and quiet. This clarity is the perfect precursor to deep, dreamless sleep. You are no longer holding anything. Your hands are open, your chest is light, and your mind is a mirror reflecting only the darkness of the night. Feel the cooling sensation of the river's flow. The worries are gone, moving toward a horizon you no longer need to see. You are left with the silence of the bank and the steady, rhythmic pulse of the earth. You have done your duty to the day, and now you are doing your duty to the night. You are empty, you are unburdened, and you are ready to vanish into the deep. As you rest at the absolute center of your sanctuary, you arrive at the pinnacle of Stoic resilience, the sovereignty of the mind. Throughout this journey, you have audited your thoughts, cleared your physical space, and synchronized with the cosmos. Now you must integrate the realization that your peace is not a fragile thing that requires perfect external conditions to exist. Even if the room around you were chaotic, the air thin, or the world outside in upheaval, your mind remains an inner citadel, an untouchable temple of reason that no external force can breach without your permission. Biologically, this sovereignty is rooted in the prefrontal cortex's ability to maintain a state of top-down regulation regardless of sensory input. When you declare your mind a temple, you are effectively instructing your nervous system to prioritize internal logic over external stimuli. This creates a state of sensory independence. Your amygdala may receive signals of noise or disorder, but the sovereign mind refuses to assent to the idea that these signals are harmful. This results in a physical shielding effect. Your heart rate and cortisol levels remain steady because the internal governor has decided that the external environment is indifferent. This is the ultimate exercise in prohairesis, your faculty of choice. You realize that you are the only one who holds the key to your internal state. If you decide that you are at peace, then you are at peace. The walls of your temple are made of your own logic and your own will. By internalizing this sovereignty, you remove the final stress of vulnerability. You are no longer hoping for a quiet night. You are commanding a quiet mind. This shift from hope to command is the hallmark of the sage. It transforms the bed from a mere piece of furniture into a throne of reason. Consider the freedom of being unshakable. If your mind is a temple, then you carry your sanctuary with you wherever you go. The chaotic room is merely an external circumstance that has no power over the internal order of your soul. This realization flushes out the last remnants of vigilance. You can sleep deeply, not because you have controlled the world, but because you have mastered yourself. You are the sovereign of a territory that no enemy can invade. You are safe in the absolute authority of your own reason. As you surrender to the night, feel the immense strength of this internal fortress. Your breath is steady, your heart is calm, and your mind is a place of pure, undisturbed light. You have finished your training. You have built your temple. Now you need only rest within it. The world is outside. You are inside. You are whole. You are free. And you are untouchable. As you hover in the final moments of wakefulness, you must apply the logic of fatigue. This is the Stoic realization that the thoughts which emerge in the late hours are often tired impressions, distorted images generated by a weary brain. In the same way you would not trust a compass near a magnet, you must not trust the judgments of a mind that is low on fuel. To the Stoic, these are not deep truths being revealed in the dark. They are merely the artifacts of a biological system in need of a reboot. Biologically, as you tire, your executive function, the rational governor of your brain, is the first system to go offline. This leaves the amygdala and the emotional centers unchecked, a state known as amygdala hijack. This is why problems that seem manageable at noon feel like catastrophes at midnight. Your brain is literally losing the ability to perform cognitive reappraisal. By recognizing this, you can categorize any late-night worry as an external error. You are not seeing the truth. You are experiencing a low-battery glitch. The Stoic practice here is epoche, or the suspension of judgment. When a heavy thought arises, be it about your career, your relationships, or your future, you must tell yourself, I am a tired judge, and a tired judge is an unjust judge. You are intentionally delaying your assent to these impressions until the morning. This immediately lowers the sympathetic nervous system arousal because you have removed the obligation to fix or solve anything tonight. You are giving yourself a rational excuse to ignore your own anxiety. Think of your mind as a glass of water that has been stirred all day. The silt and sediment are currently swirling, making the water cloudy. You cannot clear the water by stirring it more with late-night thinking. You can only clear it by letting it sit still. Sleep is the act of letting the sediment settle. By the time you wake, your cognitive resources will be restored, and the logic of the morning will reveal that the midnight ghosts were merely shadows. This realization is the ultimate permission slip to stop thinking. As you close your eyes, dismiss the tired impressions with a sense of stoic humor. They are the ramblings of a weary traveler, nothing more. You have audited your life with your highest reason earlier tonight. You do not need to re-audit it with a failing battery. The logic of fatigue is your final shield. It allows you to let go of the reins, knowing that you will be a much wiser person after the sun rises. You are done with judgment. You are ready for rest. As you settle into the deepest part of your mattress, the final task is to replace the monkey mind, that restless, jumping energy of the ego, with the stoic lullaby. This is the practice of internalizing rhythmic, rational mantras that act as a steady metronome for your consciousness. Unlike standard lullabies that seek to distract the mind, the stoic lullaby seeks to center it. You are using the power of repetitive, truthful speech to lock the nervous system into a state of rational hypnosis, where the last things you hear are the fundamental laws of your own resilience. Biologically, rhythmic repetition induces a state of neural entrainment. When you repeat a short logical phrase in time with your breathing, your brain waves begin to slow down, moving from the jagged beta waves of active problem solving toward the long, smooth theta waves of deep relaxation. This rhythm acts as a vagal brake, physically slowing your heart rate and lowering your blood pressure. By choosing rational mantras, you are engaging the prefrontal cortex one last time to send a message of safety to the brainstem. You aren't just chanting, you are issuing a biological directive for peace. Choose a phrase that anchors you in the dichotomy of control. As you inhale, mentally say, "My character is my own." As you exhale, "The rest is indifferent." Or, perhaps simpler, "I have done my part." Inhale. "The universe does the rest." Exhale. The specific words matter less than their truth and their cadence. Because these phrases are rooted in Stoic logic, the monkey mind cannot argue with them. It tries to jump to a worry, but it meets the solid wall of indifference. It tries to jump to a regret, but it meets the finality of "done my part." The internal chatter is starved of oxygen and eventually goes silent. This is the ultimate form of self-parenting. You are using your highest reason to soothe your most primitive fears. The Stoic lullaby creates a predictable, safe environment within the mind. It is a closed loop that prevents the leakage of energy into the future or the past. You are turning your internal monologue into a rhythmic hum that mimics the logos itself. Eventually, the meaning of the words begins to blur, leaving only the feeling of their truth and the rhythm of their delivery. You are becoming the music of your own reason. As you repeat your chosen mantra, let the volume of the internal voice get quieter with each cycle. Let the pauses between the words get longer. You are gradually receding from the world of language into the world of pure being. You are the master of your own internal radio, and you have tuned it to the frequency of the stars. The monkey is asleep. The sage is resting. There is nothing left to say and nothing left to hear. In the final stage of your transition into the night, you must distinguish between the shallow pursuit of hedonic pleasure and the profound state of eudaimonia, or human flourishing. Most modern sleep advice focuses on pleasure, soft sheets, warm baths, or relaxing sounds, as a way to bribe the body into rest. However, for the Stoic, true rest is a byproduct of a well-ordered soul. When you focus on the fact that you have lived with virtue and purpose, you induce a deep biological reset that no amount of comfort can provide. This is the eudaimonic reset, where the nervous system achieves tranquility because the mind is satisfied with its own integrity. Biologically, the pursuit of pleasure is often driven by dopamine, a neurotransmitter of seeking and wanting that can actually keep the brain in a state of mild arousal. In contrast, eudaimonia is associated with higher levels of serotonin and lower baseline cortisol. By shifting your focus from "how do I feel?" pleasure to "how have I lived?" flourishing, you move the brain out of the frantic dopamine loop. You are providing your nervous system with a certificate of completion. When the prefrontal cortex recognizes that your actions today aligned with your values, it triggers a deep, top-down relaxation signal that allows the heart rate to drop and the muscles to reach a state of total slackness. This reset works by eliminating the cognitive dissonance that often fuels insomnia. When our actions and our values are at odds, the brain stays awake to resolve the conflict. By performing a quick mental audit of your flourishing, recalling moments where you chose patience over anger or truth over convenience, you harmonize your internal state. You are realizing that you have fulfilled your function as a rational being today. This internal agreement is a far more powerful sedative than any external comfort. You are not treating yourself to sleep. You are allowing your body to recover because the soul's work is done for the day. Consider the rest of the sage. It is heavy and absolute because it is unburdened by regret or the need for more. By focusing on eudaimonia, you are detaching from the pleasure-pain cycle that keeps the ego in a state of constant calculation. You are resting in the inner citadel of your own character. This sense of flourishing provides a deep, warm security that protects your sleep from the cold of external worries. You have lived well, and therefore you may sleep well. The excellence of your day is the foundation for the excellence of your night. As you breathe into this state, let go of the need for comfort and embrace the feeling of completeness. You have been a good steward of your reason and a faithful participant in the human community. Your flourishing is not a destination you reach tomorrow. It is a state you have already achieved by your choices today. With this realization, the last of your internal resistance melts away. You are safe, you are whole, and you are ready to vanish into the deep, restorative void of the night. As you reach the absolute edge of wakefulness, you arrive at the final surrender. This is the ultimate Stoic act, where you stop managing your thoughts, stop protecting your reputation, and stop maintaining the I that has navigated the day. Throughout this protocol, you have audited, prepared, and rationalized, but now even reason must be laid aside. You are performing a voluntary dissolution of the ego, returning your individual consciousness to the vast undifferentiated pool of the Logos. Biologically, this is the moment where the prefrontal cortex finally relinquishes its top-down control to the thalamus. The ego, which is essentially a collection of memories, anxieties, and future projections, requires an immense amount of metabolic energy to maintain. By practicing the final surrender, you are cutting the power to this energy-hungry system. You are signaling to your brainstem that the self is no longer on duty. This results in a profound physiological dropping off, where the last vestiges of muscle tension in the face and throat dissolve, and the heart rate settles into its lowest possible baseline. The Stoic views this surrender not as a loss, but as a homecoming. You are the traveler who has finally reached the shore and stepped off the boat. You are no longer responsible for the world, your body, or your story. You are trusting in the natural laws of the universe to maintain your biological functions while you are gone. This is the highest expression of amor fati, a total love and acceptance of the natural order. You are so confident in the rationality of the universe that you are willing to completely disappear into it for 8 hours. In this state of ego dissolution, you have no enemies to fight, no status to defend, and no past to regret. You have become anonymity itself. This is the only place where true, unadulterated rest can occur, because it is the only place where the protector of the ego is finally at peace. You are not falling into sleep, you are yielding to it. The inner citadel is not being abandoned. It is being handed over to the care of the great whole. You are safe because there is no longer a you to be in danger. As the last of your awareness thins out, let your final thought be one of total, indifferent trust. You have done everything a rational being can do. You have lived with virtue, prepared with wisdom, and now you surrender with courage. The night is vast, the Logos is steady, and you are part of it all. The I is gone. Only the breath remains. Only the peace remains. In the final moments before the void, the mind often attempts a last-ditch effort to maintain control by spinning narratives. It takes a stray sensation, a twitch in the leg or a distant sound, and weaves it into a story about your health, your house, or your future. To complete your Stoic reset, you must practice the suspension of narrative. This is the disciplined refusal to storyboard your experiences, choosing instead to remain with raw, unadorned sensation until the biological mechanisms of sleep overtake the cognitive machinery of thought. Biologically, the narrative self is housed in the midline structures of the brain, which are responsible for the constant internal monologue that characterizes human wakefulness. When you engage in storytelling, you keep these regions metabolically active, preventing the global power down required for deep sleep. By practicing the suspension of narrative, you are performing a top-down deactivation. You observe a physical sensation, the pressure of the mattress against your back, and you strip away the labels. You do not think, "My back is sore from work." You simply perceive pressure. This prevents the cognitive looping that keeps the nervous system in a state of analytical arousal. The Stoic refers to this as staying with the fantasia cataleptica, the clear, objective impression before the mind adds its own distorted judgments. You are training yourself to be a silent witness to the raw data of your existence. If a thought about tomorrow's conflict arises, you do not follow the plot. You identify the thought as a mere event in the mind, a flicker of electricity, and you return your focus to the raw sensation of the air moving through your nostrils. This is the ultimate form of apatheia. You are so indifferent to the drama of your thoughts that you refuse to even listen to the story they are trying to tell. By staying with raw sensation, you are speaking the primary language of the brainstem. The deeper, more ancient parts of your brain do not understand narratives, but they do understand stability. When you provide a consistent, non-reactive focus on sensation, you are signaling to the ascending reticular activating system that there is no emergency requiring higher-order analysis. You are creating a sensory anchor that tethers you to the present moment, preventing the mind from drifting into the what-ifs of the future. You are not a character in a play. You are a biological entity experiencing the fact of being. As the boundary between you and the room begins to blur, let the last of your words fall away. You are no longer a person with a history or a destination. You are a collection of pulses, temperatures, and pressures. The story of your life has been put on the shelf for the night. There is no protagonist, no conflict, and no resolution. There is only the steady, rhythmic rise and fall of the chest. You have suspended the narrative, and in the silence that remains, the logos of sleep is free to begin. In the final stage of your transition, you must dismantle the last mechanism of your conscious will, the observer. Throughout this reset, you have used your rational mind to monitor your progress, audit your thoughts, and secure your citadel. While this was necessary to achieve calm, the act of watching yourself sleep is itself a form of vigilance that can keep the nervous system tethered to wakefulness. To truly vanish, you must practice the observer's fade. This is the Stoic realization that once the conditions for virtue have been met, even the watchman must be dismissed. Biologically, this is the decoupling of the metacognitive networks. Usually a part of your brain stays online to evaluate how well you are relaxing, creating a feedback loop known as sleep effort. This effort triggers the release of small amounts of norepinephrine, keeping the brain in a state of high-order monitoring. By intentionally letting the observer dissolve, you are performing a global deactivation. You are telling your brain that the audit of the soul is closed for the night. There is no longer anyone standing at the gate to report on the state of the fortress. The gate is simply locked, and the watchman has gone home. The Stoic refers to this as the transition from prosoche, watchfulness, to hesychia, stillness. You have fulfilled your duty as a rational agent. You have audited your impressions and aligned your character with the logos. Now the final virtuous act is to stop acting entirely. By letting the one who watches fade, you are removing the last external from your mind, your own ego's desire for control. You are no longer trying to sleep, nor are you noticing that you are falling asleep. You are simply allowing the biological tide to rise without comment. Think of the observer as a candle that has lit your way through the dark corridors of the day. Now that you have reached the bed of the universe, the candle is no longer needed. As you breathe, let the flame of your awareness grow smaller and smaller. Do not push it out. Simply stop feeding it the fuel of your attention. You are moving from being a person who is resting to simply resting. The distinction between the observer and the observed vanishes. You are the silence. You are the darkness. You are the peace. The inner citadel no longer needs a guard because the war is over. The I that has been the protagonist of your story for 16 hours is now a guest who has finally fallen asleep. In this final fade, you have achieved the ultimate Stoic victory, the total harmony of the part with the whole. You are no longer watching the night. You have become the night. In this final, most refined movement of the Stoic reset, you transcend the need for even the most subtle forms of rational management. Up to this point, you have used your logic to identify and label impressions to prevent them from disturbing your peace. But the act of labeling is still an act of the ego, a tiny spark of cognitive work that keeps the mind tethered to the surface of consciousness. To enter the judgmentless drift, you must let go of the labels themselves. You are no longer a sage categorizing the world. You are simply the space in which the world occurs. Biologically, this is the total cessation of the brain's appraisal systems. When you label a thought as an impression, your prefrontal cortex is still active, exerting top-down control over your emotions. In the judgmentless drift, you allow the ventromedial prefrontal cortex to finally go quiet. Thoughts, images, and sensations may still arise as your brain begins its nightly sorting, but you no longer reach out to touch them with your reason. You are moving from cognitive reappraisal to pure presence. This allows the brain's electrical activity to slow from the jagged rhythms of thought into the long, powerful surges of slow-wave sleep. The Stoic refers to this as the ultimate state of apatheia, where the soul is so unified with the Logos that it no longer feels the need to distinguish itself from the stream of events. You are like a piece of wood floating in a vast ocean. The wood does not label the waves as big or small. It simply rises and falls with them. If a memory of the day floats by, you do not call it a memory. If a worry about tomorrow flickers, you do not call it a worry. You let them pass through your awareness like ghosts through a wall. By refusing to label, you deny these thoughts the hook they need to pull you back into wakefulness. This is the final unclumping of the mind. Most of our mental fatigue comes from the constant effort of judging reality as good, bad, or indifferent. In the judgmentless drift, you realize that even the category of indifferent is a category you no longer need to maintain. You are surrendering your last tool, your logic. You are trusting that the universal reason is so perfect that it does not require your individual monitoring. You are safe in your anonymity, safe in your silence, and safe in your lack of judgment. As you drift, the world becomes a nameless, beautiful blur. There are no people, no problems, and no self to perceive them. There is only a steady, rhythmic flow of existence. You have finished your training, secured your citadel, and now you have even laid down your shield. You are not falling asleep. You are being absorbed back into the order of the universe. The logic has done its work. The rest is silence. As you hover at the final precipice of consciousness, you move beyond words, labels, and even the rhythm of the breath itself. You enter the Stoic void. This is the practice of resting your attention in the infinitesimal pause at the very end of the exhale before the next inhale begins. In this microscopic sliver of time, the body is completely still, the lungs are empty, and for a fleeting moment, the self has no biological requirement to act. It is a space of pure potentiality, where no opinion, no worry, and no narrative can survive. Biologically, this pause, the post-expiratory pause, is the point of maximum parasympathetic activation. When you exhale fully, you are stimulating the vagus nerve, signaling to the brainstem that the environment is perfectly secure. In the silence between breaths, the carbon dioxide alarm of the brain is quiet, and the heart rate reaches its lowest trough. By resting your awareness in this void, you are training your brain to find comfort in nothingness. You are proving to your nervous system that you can exist in a state of total lack, no air, no thought, no movement, and still be fundamentally safe. The Stoic refers to this as the center of the cyclone. The world may be spinning with chaos, and the day may have been a storm of impressions, but in the space between breaths, there is a vacuum where the external cannot reach. It is a sanctuary that exists within the very mechanics of your life. By focusing on this void, you are practicing apatheia in its most concentrated form. A worry requires the fuel of a thought to exist. In the void, there is no fuel. An opinion requires the structure of language. In the void, there is no language. You are resting in the raw substrate of existence prior to any judgment. This is the ultimate preparation for the deep, dreamless state. You are teaching yourself to be without doing. Most insomnia is caused by the mind's refusal to stop doing, to stop checking, stop fearing, or stop planning. The Stoic void is the antidote. It is a reset button for the ego. As you dwell in that silent gap, you realize that the universe continues to turn, your heart continues to beat, and the Logos remains stable even when you are not thinking it into existence. You are surrendering the illusion of control and replacing it with the reality of trust. As the pauses between your breaths naturally lengthen, let your awareness expand to fill the silence. You are no longer a person waiting for the next breath. You are the silence itself. The inner citadel has dissolved into the Stoic void, and there is no longer a distinction between the seeker and the sought. You have reached the end of all logic and the beginning of all rest. The vacuum of the night is calling, and you are ready to be absorbed. In the final refinement of the Stoic path, you arrive at a paradox that the untrained mind finds terrifying, but the sage finds liberating: intentional powerlessness. Throughout the day, your reason has been a tool of active management, shaping your actions, filtering your impressions, and guarding your character. But as the body prepares for deep sleep, the final act of rational mastery is to recognize the limit of your own jurisdiction. You must consciously choose to be powerless, handing over the management of your life, your safety, and your very consciousness to the natural laws of the universe. Biologically, this is the ultimate safety signal for the nervous system. Anxiety is often the result of the brain's refusal to stop monitoring for threats it cannot control. When you practice intentional powerlessness, you are performing a strategic deactivation of the hypervigilance circuits. By telling yourself, "I have no power over the world for the next 8 hours," you are releasing the tension in the amygdala. You are signaling to your biology that the watchman has not been defeated, but has intentionally retired because the inner citadel is now under the protection of the Logos. The Stoic refers to this as the perfection of amor fati. To love your fate is to trust the unfolding of the universe so completely that you are willing to become a passive observer of it. In this state, you stop bracing against the future. You realize that whether you worry or not, the earth will turn, the sun will rise, and the Logos will remain stable. Your powerlessness is not a weakness. It is a rational surrender. You are choosing to stop the futile attempt to control externals from your bed, which allows your internal resources to be redirected entirely towards cellular repair and memory consolidation. This practice removes the moral weight of the day. If you are powerless, you cannot be guilty of what you didn't finish, nor can you be anxious about what you must do tomorrow. You have declared a cessation of agency. For the duration of the night, you are simply a biological entity existing within a rational cosmos. This realization flushes out the last remnants of cortisol and norepinephrine, leaving the mind as still as a frozen lake. You are no longer the actor on the stage. You are the stage itself. As you drift, embrace this lack of control as your greatest luxury. You are free from the burden of choice, the weight of responsibility, and the noise of ambition. You are floating in the great current of the Logos, and the current knows the way. You have mastered your mind by knowing when to let it go. You are powerless, you are safe, and you are finally ready to vanish into the deep, restorative dark. As you conclude your mental architecture, you must address the last biological sentinel of the day, the cardiovascular system. Your brain is constantly monitoring your physical orientation through baroreceptors, specialized sensors in your blood vessels that detect changes in pressure. Rapid movements or tense postures signal to the brain that you are in an active or threatening state. To reach the final depth of tranquility, you must practice baroreceptor stillness. This involves using incredibly slow, deliberate posture changes to communicate absolute safety to your heart and brain. When you move quickly or hold your body in a ready position, your baroreceptors trigger a sympathetic response to maintain blood flow to your muscles for potential action. By consciously slowing your movements as you settle into your final resting position, you are performing a hemodynamic reset. You are tricking these sensors into reporting a state of total environmental stability. As the pressure in your carotid sinus stabilizes without the noise of sudden movement, your brainstem receives a clear signal to lower your heart rate and dilate your peripheral blood vessels. This is the physiological manifestation of stoic equanimity. Your body is becoming as unshakable as your mind. The Stoic refers to this as the posturing of the sage. A person who is afraid moves with jerky, reactive haste. A person who is secure moves with the steady, heavy grace of the earth. As you adjust your limbs or pull up your blanket, do so with such deliberate slowness that a witness might not even see the movement. This micro-pace forces your attention to remain in the somatic present, preventing the mind from racing ahead to tomorrow. You are proving to your nervous system that there is no hurry, no predator, and no emergency. You are claiming your right to be still. This practice culminates in the statue of the citadel. Once you find your final position, you commit to an active stillness. This is not the stiffness of tension, but the heaviness of total surrender. By remaining perfectly still, you allow the baroreceptor reflex to reach its lowest possible set point. Your blood pressure drops, your breathing rhythmizes, and the biological hum of your body settles into a deep minor key. You have used your physical form to issue the final command of peace to your internal organs. As you settle into this stillness, feel the blood moving through you with a slow, rhythmic ease. You are no longer a body in motion. You are a landscape at rest. The baroreceptors have finished their report. The world is safe, the body is secure, and the commander is at peace. You are ready to let the last of your physical awareness dissolve into the mattress, moving from the stillness of the body to the absolute silence of the soul. In the final physical audit of the Stoic reset, you must enforce the facial release doctrine. The face is the primary dashboard of the human ego. It is where we wear our social masks, our hidden anxieties, and our unconscious vigilance. Even when the body feels still, the jaw, brow, and tongue often remain in a state of isometric tension, ready to speak, argue, or react. To the Stoic, these microtensions are ascents to stress. By systematically softening these areas, you are dismantling the physical scaffolding of the ego and signaling to the brain that the sentry has officially been relieved of duty. Biologically, the facial muscles have a direct, high-speed connection to the limbic system via the trigeminal and facial nerves. When you set your jaw or furrow your brow, even slightly, you are feeding a loop of proprioceptive feedback that tells the amygdala to stay alert. By consciously releasing the jaw, allowing it to hang slightly open, softening the brow, letting the forehead expand, and dropping the tongue from the roof of the mouth, you are performing a vagal brake. You are physically forcing the brain into a parasympathetic state by removing the motor signals associated with stress and social interaction. The Stoic refers to this as the mask of indifference. You are not trying to look happy or sad. You are seeking the neutrality of nature. Think of your face as a piece of silk being laid over a smooth stone. There is no grip, no tension, and no story left in the features. By releasing the tongue, the primary tool of the internal monologue, you are creating a physical barrier to thought. It is difficult for the monkey mind to spin a narrative when the biological apparatus of speech is completely slack. You are choosing to be speechless in the presence of the night. This release acts as a global reset for the motor cortex. Because the face and mouth occupy such a massive portion of your brain's real estate, silencing them provides a disproportionate amount of neural quiet. The energy previously used to maintain your social self is redirected inward. You feel a sensation of melting or dissolving as the last of your human armor falls away. You are no longer a person with a name and a face. You are a quiet biological system in a state of perfect rational rest. As you finalize this release, feel the coolness of the air on your softened brow. The jaw is heavy, the tongue is still, and the eyes are resting in their sockets without search or aim. You have audited the last of your externals. Your citadel is now truly silent, from its deepest logic to its outermost surface. You are empty, you are neutral, and you are ready. In the final refinement of the Stoic somatic protocol, we utilize the parasympathetic smile. This is not a social smile meant for others, nor is it a forced expression of happiness. Instead, it is a subtle, almost imperceptible softening of the corners of the mouth, a smile of the sage. It is a deliberate physical signal used to activate the brain's calm response centers without requiring any emotional effort. It is the Stoic way of informing the biology that the war of the day is over and the peace of the soul is secure. Biologically, this micro-expression utilizes the facial feedback hypothesis. Even a slight upward tilt of the mouth corners sends a distinct signal to the hypothalamus, triggering the release of endorphins and serotonin while suppressing cortisol. By maintaining this inner smile, you are performing a neurochemical override. You are telling your autonomic nervous system that despite any lingering thoughts or physical discomforts, your fundamental state is one of eudaimonia, flourishing. This creates a safe haven signal in the brainstem, allowing the heart rate to stabilize at its resting baseline. The Stoic refers to this as the smile of resignation, not in the sense of giving up, but in the sense of resigning one's will to the greater order of the Logos. It is the physical manifestation of amor fati. You are smiling at the universe, acknowledging that everything that happened today was necessary and that you have navigated it with your integrity intact. This smile acts as a somatic anchor for your tranquility. It is difficult for the mind to maintain a state of high alert vigilance when the face is configured for gentle contentment. You are using your anatomy to outmaneuver your anxiety. This practice requires zero emotional work. You do not need to feel happy to perform the parasympathetic smile. You simply need to place the muscles in that position. It is a rational, mechanical act. As you lie in the dark, let the tension in your cheeks dissolve and let the corners of your mouth lift by a fraction of a millimeter. Feel the immediate cooling sensation in the forehead and eyes. You are reclaiming the dashboard of your nervous system and setting the dial to peace. As you vanish into the night, let this subtle smile be the last thing that remains of your ego. You are closing the day with a gesture of friendship toward yourself and the cosmos. The citadel is silent, the watchman is asleep, and the sage is at rest. You have used every tool of reason and biology to secure your sanctuary. Now there is nothing left but the drift. You have completed the descent. You have moved from the analytical audit of your day to the final surrender of your ego. By applying the logic of fatigue, you have dismissed the shadows of the monkey mind. Through baroreceptor stillness and the facial release doctrine, you have signaled a state of absolute safety to your very cells. You are no longer a person trying to sleep. You are a rational part of the logos returning to its source. Your worth is decoupled from your output. Your narratives are suspended, and your inner citadel stands unbreachable. Not because the world is quiet, but because your mind is sovereign. Tonight, you do not merely rest. You perform the eudaimonic reset, sharpening the tool of your soul so that when the morning command